We sent it to his address on file, but then we did
And she giggled.
well, when it got returned, it came back with his address in Kentucky. So we just sent it there.
Oh, put on up that volume marker. And the bottom. Oh, man, I just got out of it again. No, you're on. Oh.
Yeah, you're. Just
But I think my
you're on.
ears.
Now just hit the speaker. Yeah.
Good morning. The Board of Nursing is now in session. This hearing is being recorded. You must pull the microphone directly in front of you to be heard clearly. Please wait until I have recognized you to speak. We ask that you silence all cell phones and pagers. If there are no objections, I'll declare a flexible agenda. I'd like to read our mission statement at this time. The mission of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing is to protect the public and act as their advocate for effectively regulating the practice of nursing. We have a request from Allie Barker to be excused today. If there are no objections, she can be considered excused. Are there any objections? Okay. Okay. Now I will turn it over to our hearing officer, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Madam Vice President. As for the record, my name is Charlie Bolton. I'll be acting as the hearing officer for this proceeding. First item on the agenda, styled before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Gary Wayne Landrith, NCSBN ID 2005-4935, LPN license number L041328. The time is 8:34 in the morning of Wednesday, April 1st, 2025. This hearing is being held in the offices of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing located at 1123 South University, Suite 312, Little Rock, Arkansas. Mr. Dawson, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please? All right. And I will note for the record, the respondent, Mr. Landrith, is not present and he has not appeared. Is that right, Mr. Dawson? All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and take care of the other housekeeping matters? How many witnesses do you have this morning, Mr. Dawson? One witness? And how about your exhibits? You want to go ahead and introduce them at this time, or do you want to wait? Okay.
Exhibits. Those that enter for the exhibits 1 through 5. Number 1, the order and notice of hearing. Number 2 is the Arkansas Nurse Practice Act. Number 3 are the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Number 4 is the Postal Service green card indicating delivery of the notice for hearing to respond on March 18th, 2026. And number 5 is Assistant Director Wiggins non-compliance report dated January 9th. Microphone may not.
I was going to say, I was about to say, I don't think your microphone is on. How many exhibits were there again, Mr. Dawson?
5.
5?
Yes.
That's much better. All right. Those exhibits are admitted. You want to do an opening statement, Mr. Dawson?
No, sir.
Opening statement. How about your first witness? Who's it going to be?
Lisa Wooten.
And would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself and tell what you do for the board?
Lisa Wooten. I am the Assistant Director for Enforcement for the Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
And as part of your duties, do you also conduct investigations of complaints and non-compliance with discipline orders?
Yes.
Would you start out and please go through the respondent's license history?
Yes. Gary Wayne Landrith graduated on May the 1st, 2002 from Southeast Arkansas College in Pine Bluff, Arkansas with his PN certificate. He's been issued Arkansas LPN license multi-state L041328 by exam on January 31st, 2003, and it expires on September 30th, 2026. He's also been issued Kentucky PN license, a single state 2044089 by endorsement on July the 3rd, 2009, and it expires on October 29th, 2015. He's also been issued Iowa PN license, a single state, P03996 by endorsement on June 23rd, 2003, and it expired on September 15th, 2008. Previous discipline includes in the state of Arkansas on June the 27th, 2024, he received a letter of reprimand for violation of ACA 1787-309A6. There's no other license or disciplinary history reported in nurses.
Thank you. Is respondent's failure to comply with the letter of reprimand the reason for today's hearing?
Yes.
Was an order and notice mailed to respondent, and was it delivered to the respondent?
Yes, the order notice was sent by regular mail, certified mail, and also through the nurse portal. He's not viewed it through the nurse portal. The notice sent by certified mail was returned with a forwarding address in Nancy, Kentucky. He did sign for it there on March the 18th, 2026, and the notice sent by regular mail has not been returned.
Okay. So the notice with the green card on it that's been previously marked as exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, did you produce a report outlining the issues for today's hearing?
Yes, it's dated January 9th, 2026.
And that has previously been entered into evidence as exhibit number 5. So if you would now just go through the report and explain the areas of noncompliance.
Yes. If you'll refer to attachments 1 through 11, on June the 27th, 2024, the Arkansas State Board of Nursing issued a letter of reprimand with stipulations on respondent's LPN license L041328 based on the following findings of fact. On or about November 5th, 2021, the Arkansas State Board of Nursing received an anonymous complaint while he was working at Jefferson Home Care. The complaint alleges in part that he made several inappropriate and unprofessional comments to a patient and inappropriately touched a patient's breast. During the investigation, Jefferson Home Care provided 20 pages of printed text messages between respondent and patient MK. Topics included in the messages are far beyond that of basic medical care and professional and patient-provider relationship. In his written response to Investigator Kirkendall, respondent admitted to flirting with patient MK and bringing her drinks and snacks during the visits. Respondent admitted to using pet names with patient MK and acknowledging that he thought she was developing feelings for him, and he stated in that text message, she said she did. You continued in your statement, respondent continued in his statement and admitted to touching patient MK's breast. Respondent was ordered to submit evidence of course completion within 6 months for the following course, nurse and professional behaviors. The letter of reprimand and compliance packet was sent by certified mail to respondent's last known mailing address on file with ASBN and through the ASBN nurse portal. The certified letter was signed for by respondent on August 22nd, 2024. Respondent viewed the message in the nurse portal on May 25th, 2025 at 7:30 a.m. If you'll refer to attachments 12 through 14, on April 25th, 2025, ASBN staff sent a letter to respondent through the ASBN nurse portal and through the USPS first class mail, notifying respondent to provide the course completion certificate for nurse and professional behaviors course by May 6, 2025, or a hearing would be scheduled for noncompliance. Respondent was also given the opportunity to voluntarily surrender his license in lieu of compliance. The respondent viewed the message in the portal on June 18th, 2025 at 8:46 a.m., and the letter sent by USPS first class mail was not returned to ASBN. If you'll refer to attachments 15 through 17, on May 27, 2025, Megan Foshee, nurse and professional behavior course facilitator, notified ASBN staff. Respondent reported to her he wanted to retire his license in lieu of completing the course. Respondent was notified through the nurse portal and email that he could not retire an encumbered license and was offered a voluntary surrender form to sign. Respondent viewed the message in the portal on May 29, 2025 at 7:28 a.m. As of the date of this report, respondent has failed to contact ASBN or submit the course completion certificate for the ordered course. And that completes my report.
So he has not complied with the requirements of the letter of reprimand?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I think first thing in the morning, fuzzy brain, I overlooked taking judicial notice of the statutes and the rules. that are governing this hearing. Arkansas Code annotated 17-87-309A6. Board's Rules 17 CAR Sections 126, 102AT, 1787, 104B1, and the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, Sections 25-15-201 at sequence. Board members, any questions for this witness? Apparently there are none, Mr. Dawson. Would you like to do a summation?
No, I'll waive
All right,
closing.
and do you rest at this point?
Yes.
Okay. I will note for the record that it is about 8:42 in the morning of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. This hearing was set for 8:30 a.m. Same date. The respondent is still not present in the boardroom of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Madam Vice President, I can go ahead and turn it over to you for deliberations. Go ahead.
The board is in deliberations. I think they handed you guys the findings of facts. I think this, can you hear me? Oh, let me move it over. Got your findings of facts. Any questions? No questions? Anybody have a motion?
Checkbox there, what's the bill personal appearances and each.
Do what?
There's a checkbox on the deed that says suspend them until a personal appearance is made.
Mm-hmm.
And it's either that or you're gonna do
A
a
whole-
say and write it out.
Right.
He's here, he's suspended until he applies for the LOR.
That would be easier, I think.
You think that'd be easier than doing a full deed? Like just do okay, license is
Suspended.
like to write it out until.
Form F,
Form F.
has the checkbox for, I think, for,
Yeah, we added that, didn't we? That's right. We added that on, yeah,
Philip.
yeah.
Philip, pull your mic down.
Oh, sorry. I'm usually loud enough. I don't need a mic, sorry. Yeah, it has that top check box. Remember we added that months ago. We're rusty. We haven't been here in a while. I didn't like that.
No, I think we're suspending until he gets to the terms of the referendum. I think we're just, I mean, I think.
Do that,
you
the
are,
suspension.
yeah, you're just gonna suspend. Yeah. Oh, this is. Yeah, it's essentially we're holding action.
Okay, we have a motion before the board. I move that based on the evidence presented and the allegations contained in the order of notice of hearing, the Arkansas State Board of Nursing finds Gary Landrith, license 041328, has violated annotated code 1787-309A6 and 17 CAR 126-102-8T, and that the board suspend the license and privilege to practice nursing until the terms of the letter of reprimand are met. Do I have a second? Good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries.
And Vice President, because you were on the record, I don't know whether or not you need to come back and say the same thing twice. Mr. Dawson, what's your perspective on that?
Probably not, since it was
Yeah.
on the record.
Yeah. So I mean, one time is sufficient. Don't have to be redundant about it. With that, since the motion carried and motion passed, I will ask staff to reduce that decision to writing. Do you want to make that an exhibit, Mr. Dawson? We did that the last time.
Yes,
Alright.
and when it's appealed, I always attach it to the record, so it'll be easier if it's an exhibit.
Why don't we go ahead and mark that as Exhibit 6 and admit that into the record? And then I will ask staff to further reduce the decision of the board to writing. Make certain that the respondent gets a copy of that decision along with an information sheet or cover letter that notifies him of his appeal rights moving forward. I will also note for the record that it is 8:48, the morning of April 1st, 2026, and the respondent still is not present in the boardroom of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. And with that, unless there are any further questions or comments or concerns, I will go ahead and call this hearing to a close. All right.
Okay, we have a couple of business items and then we won't have any more hearings until 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, I'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
See you then.
Okay, thank you, sir. The first thing of business that we need to do is approve the minutes from February, March.
I move that the ADH Arkansas State Board of Nursing approve the minutes from February 5th, 2026 and March 3rd, 2022. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, then the other item of business, Brandy has 2 motions to bring before you regarding programs. So I will turn that over to her.
We have 2 nursing programs to address today that need a board decision before our next June meeting due to some timelines and program budget restraints. First is the University of Arkansas at Monticello College of Technology Practical Nursing Program. We do have Miss Oyoung on Zoom if there's any questions. The practical nursing program at UAM College of Technology McGee was granted initial approval by the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in 1975. The PM program has maintained continual approval from ASBN since the initial approval date. They are requesting to add a high school PN program track on the McGee High School campus. From the McGee High School. This cohort is required to meet the same admission requirements as the traditional PN program and will follow the same curriculum. The cohort would start in July 26 and end the following June 27. The current program starts in January and ends in December. So that is the reason for a quick timeline. They're wanting to start this in July. They received over $600,000 in grant money to establish the high school PN cohort through the Arkansas Office of Skills Development. With that grant money, they plan to hire one full-time instructor, purchase additional classroom lab equipment, and other student supplies such as textbooks. They did receive confirmation from current clinical sites that will allow the high school students to complete the clinical rotations at their facility. These students will have access to the same support services offered through UAM as the traditional program, in addition to support offered through the McGee High School. The Office of Skills Development will cover the tuition cost and fees, so there's no out-of-pocket expense for these high school students. The nurse educators on the ASBN Education Committee, along with Ms. Lancaster, who serves as the chair of that committee, they were notified by email. They do recommend approval, which Ms. Lancaster can validate their support. So we are asking that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing approve the addition of a high school practical nursing track for the University of Arkansas at Monticello College of Technology McGee PN program.
We did have a discussion with the Education Committee and felt like this was a need there. And we do wish them success. I think these students will do well. I have a motion before the board. I move that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing approves the addition of a high school practical nurse PN track for the University of Arkansas at Monticello College of Technology McGee PN program. Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Yes. Oh. Which one is she? Two. Okay, can you?
Yeah, so on these students, are they typically like, they would be a junior, and so this would be
Yes.
like their junior year and then their
Yeah.
senior year?
And they're required to follow the same curriculum. It'll be the same curriculum for the PN program that they'll start their junior year. They usually do it in the summer program. Or will they be doing it?
It'll be
Miss O Young is on in kindergarten.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eventually, but yes, they'll start in July.
Apologize for that brain fog this morning.
Yes, absolutely. We wanted the students to kind of match their high school program, so it wasn't a huge transition for them, but they will complete all the prerequisites during their junior year of high school and then enter the LPN program during their high school senior year.
Any other questions from the board?
Thanks. Awesome.
really good, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Cassie. I should have asked questions before I put that in.
I was gonna vote for it no matter what. I just want education, so, yeah. I also wear the school board hat, and so I'm like, where can we do this at? So sorry. That was probably a selfish question. So.
No, it's not. It's great. Okay, thank you for being on today.
Thank y'all.
Next is the South Arkansas College. We do have Miss Genevieve White. She's the program director on Zoom for any questions. South Arkansas College has operated a fully approved practical nursing program since 1965. They hold continual full approval. In addition, South Ark also is a current partner with the Arkansas Rural Nursing Education Consortium, or ARNEC, and where they operate an LPN to RN bridge program. South Ark submitted a letter of intent to develop a traditional RN associate degree program leading to the Associate of Applied Science degree. The new program is proposed to complement the existing PN program and the RNEC LPN to RN Bridge program. Establishing a traditional AAS degree in nursing program will address unmet needs among students who do not currently hold a PN license while supporting the workforce pipeline for RNs. This is amazing. The college is a recipient of a $1.5 million 4-year grant from a workforce expansion program to support the nursing workforce in rural and underserved areas. The college is committed to sustaining the program when the grant ends. It'll be a 3-semester traditional nursing curriculum. Clinical placements are secured through already established healthcare partnerships in El Dorado and surrounding counties. They plan for their initial cohort to admit 24 students starting this August, and the grant money must be spent by then. So that's the push for, let's go ahead and get this addressed. If approved, they will submit an initial approval proposal, and I will go for a site visit. And then that proposal will be presented to the Education Committee in June for a recommendation back to the board. Again, the nurse educators on the ASBN Education Committee with Ms. Lancaster did review the proposal via email, and they do recommend approval, which Ms. Lancaster can validate. So we are asking that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing approve the letter of intent and waive the feasibility study and the one-year waiting period for them to develop a traditional associate degree in registered nursing program at South Arkansas College in El Dorado.
And who do we have on? Do we have somebody on Zoom? Genevieve?
She was.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Hi,
yes,
Miss
this is-
Genevieve. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I think we did have a little discussion with some emails of faculty and it being hard to find right now. You know that it's going to be quick and trying to find that faculty to come in and help support this. Are you guys ready for that?
So we have posted our faculty positions, and we've had conversations with a few people that are interested. We started having conversations as soon as we knew that we were gonna pursue this. And
Mhm.
so I think that we will be able to find faculty.
That's great. And what a great grant that you guys got. Fabulous. We have a motion. I move that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing approves the letter of intent and waives the feasibility study and one-year waiting period to develop a traditional associate degree in registered nursing program at South Arkansas College. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank y'all very much.
And then I do think we have some consent agreements. Are you prepared to do those now?
Is it Cassie? Who's second?
Cassie, both.
Sure,
said it
either
at
one
the
of
same
us.
time.
What are we doing?
Good morning. Does everyone have the little sheet? Okay. We'll start. Okay, so I will start with the very first one. Lisa Lucille Kelly Burr. License number L041858. Around February of 2025, she self-reported her a DWI conviction. As a result of that, she was offered into RNAP. And she became non-compliant with her RNAP contract requirements. She had a positive PEF test, 2 positive PEF tests, and then she also had a positive urine screen for THC, and then she also had a positive ETG, ETS drug screen. Those are 4 level 1 violations, which ends up being a level 2 violation, which means that she is discharged from RNAP. So then she was offered a non-compliance consent agreement with the recommendations of 2 years of probation, courses, substance abuse bundle, 2 support group meetings, therapy, and no civil penalty. And we consider this to be a violation of 1787-309A6 with the Rule 17 CAR 126-102-8T. Are there any questions about that one? Okay, all right, I'll go to the next one. The next one is Kathleen Michelle Coleman, LPN license 230936. This respondent on August of 2023 was convicted on a reckless driving in Illinois. She did self-report her conviction on her license renewal application, and because of that, she was offered RNUP also. She entered into a 2-year contract and on November of 2024, and then she became non-compliant. Her non-compliance ended up being a DWI, which was a level 1 violation, a missed check-in, which was a level 1 violation. She also had a positive urine drug screen for ETG, ETS, which was a level 1 violation. And then she had a missed check-in, which was another level 1 violation. That was 4 violations within a 12-month period. So then she was discharged for RNAP. We offered her a non-compliant consent agreement for 2 years. With the courses, substance abuse bundle, and nurse and professional health behaviors, which was originally offered in RNAP and that she did not complete. So we just put those back on there for her. 2 support group meetings, no therapy. And I talked to Ms. Hooks about that. And so she originally was on therapy for a particular reason, and then she was based on her evaluation, was set to go off of therapy. So we did not continue that because she self-reported she has no civil penalty. Her violation, we consider it to be 1787-309A6 with the rules 17 car 126-102 AT. Are there any questions about Ms. Coleman?
Has she started any of her substance abuse bundle?
No, she hadn't finished it.
She hasn't finished it.
No, so that's why we just put it back on, that and nurse and professional behaviors. I don't know if in RNAP they have that requirement that they're supposed to do it in the first 6 months, so they
Okay.
can do it within their time
Okay.
frame. So,
Perfect.
all right, I'm going to go on to the next one, Contressa and Tror Hickman Eubanks. I don't know if I said that right, but anyway. Her license number R106038 and license number L056839. And key things, her license were originally issued, her RN license was initially issued in January of 2018, and her LPN was originally issued in August of 2015. So we opened an investigation after receiving 2 anonymous complaints. Really all we received was a mugshot of her with some alleged dates that she was arrested. And then she afterwards did kind of self-report after we got that she had substance abuse related to mental health. And then we received another anonymous complaint that she had several numerous criminal charges that were filed. She was at the Springs at Fairfield Blade, but we didn't have any complaints within her personnel files. But when we looked at her employment records for Ozark Health, apparently they were aware of her DWI arrest around 2024, and they did a breath. And they said if she did 6 weeks with no problems, it would be they would rest the issue on that one. But then she also involuntarily admitted into Conway Behavioral Health, and she got a diagnosis of alcohol use, moderate and postpartum depression. And then later again, after that time period, in July of 2024, she was arrested again for a DWI and recommended she was released from her employment at Ozark Health. On January 27th of 2025, she pled guilty also to an aggravated assault on a correction officer, which is a Class D felony. Typically, you would need a waiver for that, but that's the reason why I told you about the dates. She is beyond that date of requirement for the waiver. And she was put on 72 months of probation. On January 28th of 2025, she was found guilty also to another DWI of she also has prior history with the board on December of 2021, she was issued a letter of reprimand for assault on second-degree conviction, which was a Class B misdemeanor. For Ms. Eubanks, we have put her, we recommend probation for 3 years. The course is substance abuse bundle and anger management. Also, therapy, no support groups, and civil penalty of $2,100. And then also we put her down for violation of the Nurse Practice Act, 1787-309, A2 and A4. Are there any questions about Ms. Eubanks? I think she didn't do well underneath that, so I worked with her attorney about that, and so that was one of our negotiation kind of things. That wasn't good for her. She does have therapy. Yeah, I try to usually, if they don't do the support groups, I kind of tell them we need therapy or something. Yeah, so she's got therapy. Okay, all right, so I'll move on to the next one. Allison Marie Gresham. License number R101648. We opened an investigation after receiving a complaint on June of 2023. She had some off behavior concerns, and they also reviewed a video where she removed morphine IV, placed it in her pocket, and then proceeded to the bathroom. She came out a few minutes later, dropped something appearing to be a syringe in a sharps box, and then she was escorted to obtain a drug screen, and the drug screen was positive for morphine. So then, let's see. Then also she has on June of 2024, she had a negotiated plea of guilty for obtaining drugs by fraud, a Class D felony in Pulaski County. And she was sentenced to 36 months of probation underneath the Act 346 First Offenders Act. And so that is her. She also was initially issued her license on the date of July of 2016. Our recommendations for her is probation for 3 years, a course substance abuse bundle, 2 support group meetings, therapy, and a civil penalty of $2,250. We also consider her a violation of 178309A6 with the Rule 17 CAR 126-102, 8M and 8P. Are there any questions?
Yeah, so the conviction, the obtaining drugs by fraud, is that associated with the UAMS issue, or is that a separate issue?
I believe that is the same issue later on.
So UAMS filed charges, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I read that.
So related to the morphine incident?
I believe so.
Interesting. Does that happen very often?
Sometimes they will.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they will.
If you got proof like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You got her on video.
Video
Yeah.
doing, yeah.
And positive immediately.
Well, some places, I guess. I mean, not everywhere, obviously. So, it doesn't change anything. That's fine.
Do I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so our last one is Laura Beth Shelby Heal. Her license is R077301. The board received an anonymous complaint regarding the respondent's mental health on or about March 15th of 2024. She had a mental health incident when she was transported to NEA Hospital and admitted to the ICU. During this period of time, she was underneath some considerable stress and marital problems, and so she had several suicide attempts. So we had no significant findings regarding her employment history, so she had no issue with work. It was just really the the initial was her mental health issues and that she used her prescription drugs to try to commit suicide, or attempt suicide. On February 15th, 25th of 2006, Dr. Morgan evaluated the respondent and determined her to be safe to practice while adhering to treatment recommendations. So hers was a little different from our normal ones because we didn't have any employment issues, but we were kind of concerned about her mental health status. And so what we came to with was doing 2 years probation, not any of the support groups or anything like that, but regular therapy sessions with a mental health therapist, and then monthly progress reports from her psychiatrist to the board. She'll do that for 2 years. And her attorney offered it to be longer because originally we wanted to possibly do a little bit of drug monitoring, but we decided that based on the history and the evaluation, that wasn't really as necessary as it was for her to maybe get the therapy that she needed. And so so that is kind of how we came up with that. So no civil penalty, no support groups, but the therapy with the mental health therapist and also monthly progress reports from the psychiatrist. And then we consider this to be a violation of 1787-309A6 with the Rule 17 CAR 126-1028M. Are there any questions? Okay, if that's it, that's all of our consent agreements for this month.
Okay, no questions from the board on the consent agreements? Okay. I have a motion before the board. I move that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing ratify the following consent agreements. All the ones she just said. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
I don't think that we have, or yours is coming this afternoon. Okay, I don't think that we have any other business this morning, so we will adjourn. Lunch will be ready at 11:30 and we will resume at 1 o'clock. And if you guys will all log off of Zoom.
Yeah. Yes, sir. How do I?
You're getting done so early. It's weird getting done so early.
No.
I mean, you're dropping off.
Okay, that's what we're saying. See, and David, is that the same? No, you're running some Easter errands. I need a few things. Oh,
Lunch
okay.
at 11.
Yeah, I gave the other to Ashley. This is great.
I'll check Darlene.
Oh, I mean, he just made it even easier.
You going TJ's?
I didn't forget to give it to her. But I usually, as
You
soon
don't
as I
mean
get it,
you
I make a
have to-
copy of it.
They're just like, they're each
Started asking. What is it coming up? Got the check. Did more last.
Jamie.
And hadn't gotten a check, baby, wasn't yet either. So I was like, so that
Yeah, different activities, yeah.
I've been. I should have said what they would be. First, should I do? Just do a recess, so we don't think it. Yeah. Miss Barb doesn't have her camera on. Barbara, can you turn your camera on? Will it turn on your camera? Lisa. Lisa. I think it's the, based on the fact that Tammy's, that they're looking on Barb's camera. Lisa. So tell. It's the second. I don't have it on here. Because it's a, it's the table. Arizona's being.
This one?
No, it's not, yeah, we're skipping this.
We're just doing this one. Okay, we're just doing that one.
You can call us back on, because I think. David and Howard and Tim. Janet, Janet won't be a part of this. 11, 12, 13. Okay, second one. Okay, what do we do?
When you speak.
What am I supposed to say? I don't understand why. This is like a corridor. It is confusing.
Good afternoon. The board is now back in session. This hearing is being recorded. You must pull the microphone directly in front of you so we can hear you clearly, okay? Please wait until I have recognized you to speak. We ask that you silence all cell phones and pagers. If there are no objections, I'll declare a flexible agenda. I'd like to read our mission statement. The mission of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing is to protect the public and act as their advocate by effectively regulating the practice of nursing. And right now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. For the record, my name is Charlie Moulton. I'll be acting as the hearing officer for this proceeding. I understand we're going to skip what we had originally, and we're going to gravitate to, in the matter of Elena Phillips, RN number 26686, inactive. Is that right, Mr. Dawson?
Yes,
All right. Would you please identify yourself for the record?
David Dawson.
All right. And you are Miss Phillips, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And you are here this afternoon representing yourself, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, it's going to be really important as we go
Yes.
through this, to give a verbal response, because the court reporter right next to you
Okay,
is transcribing everything,
okay.
and you seem a little apprehensive, is that right?
Yeah, I just didn't know it was like court. I just did not know this.
I understand.
I don't understand.
It is, but it is somewhat informal, okay?
Okay.
So this is a little bit different. I'm not exactly certain how to, as the hearing officer, I really don't know how to proceed with this one because it's not what we call a typical order of notice of hearing. But Mr. Dawson, maybe I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you before I take judicial notice of the statutes and the rules that are governing this particular hearing. I don't have them in front of me, but I can take them and incorporate them by reference, as well as the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And maybe if you would be so kind, Mr. Dawson, to kind of set the table for the board as well as Ms. Phillips in terms of what's going on. Go ahead.
Yes. Ms. Phillips is an applicant, RN applicant. She's already taken the NCLEX, and the reason that her license, it's been issued but it's inactive is because she has been on medication-assisted treatment for some time now, and you'll hear the information. Have one witness, Tammy Vaughn, who's going to explain. The board has directed staff to gather information regarding medication-assisted treatment and to present that information to them for each individual so they can make an individual decision and make sure that they're comfortable with them practicing while they're under medication-assisted treatment. And so that's all we're here for today. And they also asked the applicant or the nurse who's under medication-assisted treatment to be here in person to answer any questions they have. So basically what I'll do is
All right.
turn it over to Ms. Vaughn and let her present the information.
All right. Since it is an administrative hearing, though, Mr. Dawson, Ms. Phillips does have the opportunity to ask that witness questions if she'd like. Ms. Phillips, you can if you'd like, all right? It's not going to be held against you if you don't, but I'm going to give you that opportunity, okay?
Okay.
And then after Mr. Dawson is done with his presentation, if there's anything that you would like to add to what was stated, I'm going to give you that opportunity as well. So it's a little different from court. You can kind of think of me as like a trial judge, but the people that are actually making the decision are the ones to my left and to my right, all right? Besides yourself, did you bring anybody else with you today?
No.
Okay. How about any documents? Did you bring any documents with you this afternoon?
No, I didn't, like, I uploaded them all, so I didn't think I had to bring anything else.
And I'm sure they're already a part of the record.
Okay.
And well, will be once Mr. Dawson tries to introduce them. So as we go through this, if you have any concerns, any questions, you don't know what's going on, raise your hand, get my attention, okay? My job as the hearing officer is to run this hearing for the board, but it's also for your benefit too, particularly since you're representing yourself here this afternoon. And if you don't think your story's being fully told in front of this tribunal, I'm not doing my job, all right?
Okay.
And if it, I'm trying to think of any other housekeeping matters. Do you have any questions for me in terms of how this is gonna unfold?
Not yet.
Not at this point.
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't
You have
think
some
so.
water in front of you as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and swear in both witnesses? Ms. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand as well. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dawson, please proceed.
All right. I call Tammy Vaughn to present the information to the board.
All right, is it part of this packet? What is this packet that I have in front of me?
Yes, she has done an investigative report,
You wanna go
or
ahead and
hearing
move-
report, basically.
I'm going to go ahead and move
and-
the admission of this report.
Yes, I'd like to
All
admit
right.
it into evidence.
Ms. Phillips, do you have a copy of this report in front of you, this investigative report?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
Do you have an objection to the admission of this report into the record?
No,
All right,
not currently.
thank you. Without objection, we'll go ahead and mark this as staff's exhibit 1 and admit that into evidence. All right, please proceed, Mr. Dawson.
All right, thank you. I
All right,
pass the
let me,
baton to Ms. Vaughn. Thank you.
I'll read through the investigative findings. On 11/9/2025, you can refer to attachments 1 through 10, specifically pages 7 and 8. The respondent submitted an RN initial by exam application and answered yes to the question about having been convicted of a misdemeanor or felony, pled guilty or nolle contendere to any charge in any state, jurisdiction, county, or province. The respondent included a narrative statement regarding the yes response to the above question that states, about 9 years ago, I had a substance use problem. My identical twin sister had passed away and I was not able to cope and use substances. I had some misdemeanors which were in connection with my substance dependence. I had petty thefts and a possession of a substance. These were misdemeanors that occurred in California 8 years ago, I believe. I have completed rehab and moved to Arkansas as well as had a child. I am completely rehabilitated and live a completely different life now. I attend Courage to Change Church in Hackett, as well as regular meetings and Bible studies. I have held a job for the past 7 years and have done great in school as well. I hired a lawyer from Arkansas to go to court for me, and I paid all fees and have no open cases or fines. The respondent submitted certified court records, and you are all aware that we are not able to release those because of the FBI laws. But she did submit those and validated all of those with her initial application. The respondent also submitted a letter to the board explaining her substance use, and you can find that on attachment 11, and how her life has changed since in the past 8 years. And then 1/16/2026, refer to pages 12 through 14. The board sent the respondent a letter requiring an in-depth psychological addiction evaluation by a board-approved provider who specializes in addiction disorders. On 1/31/2026, she had the evaluation done. It was conducted by Philip Brown, PhD, clinical psychologist. His evaluation indicates respondent can function safely in the workplace as a nurse and would not pose a risk to the safety of patients and or coworkers and supervisors. Dr. Brown recommended that the respondent continue to work closely with the physicians who prescribes her Suboxone medication. Dr. Brown did state that there were no findings suggesting medication or substance use would negatively impact her ability to function safely as a nurse. On 2/19/2025, respondent's graduation was verified. She did graduate from University of Arkansas at Fort Smith with her bachelor's. It was verified by the nursing program director through the affidavit of graduation, or AOG portal system. On 2/20/26, respondent's application was approved by board staff after discussion with ASBN General Counsel to allow applicant to take the NCLEX prior to being scheduled to appear before the board. An email was sent to the respondent notifying her to schedule her exam. On 3/16, respondent passed the NCLEX RN and was issued an inactive RN license number 236686 on 3/17/2026. On 3/16/2026, board staff sent an email to respondent requesting additional documents related to the MAT prior to appearing before the board. And that email, you can see that message on attachment 15. We requested treatment plan, current medication list, employer reference letters. On 3/30/2026, respondent submitted the following documents for the board review, and those are on attachments 16 and 17. She submitted she submitted her certificate from the Gateway Recovery Center, her completion. She actually was admitted there on 2/1/2019, discharged to outpatient treatment program with Harbor Recovery Institute 4/2/2019. Additional documents that she submitted were on attachment 18, you can see her current list of medications, which is the Suboxone 8 milligrams, 1 strip a day, fluoxetine 10 milligrams per day, multivitamin, omega-3, and collagen supplement. There's also a letter from her MAT provider that's on page 19 that says that she's been compliant with all of her treatment up to this point, and they're actually decreasing her Suboxone. There's letters from her employer on attachment 20, and character reference letters on 21 through 23. We did submit to a request for pharmacy services at Arkansas Department of Health to do a urine drug screen. That was collected on 3/24/26, and we just received results. She was positive for the Suboxone, 2 nanograms? 2 nanograms per mil. And then it did show positive for the fluoxetine that she has been taking, and for diphenhydramine, I'm assuming for cold. And that's it.
And you've reviewed all the information that she provided?
Yes.
Do you have any hesitation with her license becoming active and her practicing while under
No.
medication-assisted treatment?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Ms. Phillips, would you like to ask this witness any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Board members, any questions? All right, Mr. Dawson, do you rest?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Phillips, if I ask you if you have anything else you would like to add, is there anything else that you would like to tell the board? And what is it that you want the board to do for you here this afternoon?
I don't know why I'm crying, honestly.
That's fine. It's fine. I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Ms. Phillips, we'll just go off the record for 5 minutes and give you a moment just to compose yourself, okay?
I'm
And we'll just give you a break unless you think you're ready to
I'm
proceed.
fine, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just emotional because it's been a long journey, but I think she did a good job. I appreciate it. And I just have worked hard to get my license, and I want to do a good job. I already have a job, and I won't even be around narcotics anyways, but I have no desire to use anyways. Like, I would never use again because I would never want to, but yeah, that's all. I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Dawson, do you have any questions for Ms. Phillips?
Just one. So you've passed the NCLEX, and you're asking that the board allow your license to be active
Yeah,
while you're under medication assisted treatment.
yeah,
correct?
yeah. And I've also lowered my dose from 3 to 1. And my doctor, I even told him, like, should I get off? And he didn't want me to yet. He said, like, with the stress of just nursing school and stuff, and that I was doing so good that he didn't want me to yet. So I was following his advice as well.
That's
I've
all.
lowered my dose by over half, like, so I'm working my way down. It's just like a process. So yeah, and it doesn't affect me at all. I take it at night, like it doesn't affect me at all. I probably seem like I'm a mess right now, but it's not that. I'm just like emotional.
It's okay.
But yeah.
Mr. Dawson, any other questions?
No.
All
Oh,
right.
I do. I'm sorry. I do have
Sure.
a matter of housekeeping is I'd like to admit the evaluation that was mentioned in Ms. Vaughn's testimony into evidence, but um, have it with the stipulation that it be held confidential and not released pursuant to local and federal regulations for,
Yeah, are you talking about the investigative report that was already admitted or some other?
no, it's
some
the
other document?
evaluation, the psychological
So
evaluation,
the evaluation, you want to have that marked as
exhibit two.
staff's exhibit 2?
Right, and then the urine drug screen results that she testified to, we have the printed copy that I'll mark as exhibit 3.
All right. Ms. Phillips, do you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits with the stipulation that Mr. Dawson had, that I gather they're going to be kept under seal? Is that right, Mr.
Right.
Dawson? All right.
Yeah,
Any
no.
objection, Ms. Phillips?
No, that's good. I like that.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, exhibits 2 and exhibits 3 are admitted. Just make certain that the court reporter gets copies of those if she doesn't already have them. All right, Mr. Dawson, any other questions?
No.
All right. Board members, any questions for Ms. Phillips? Hold on, we gotta unplug you so we can hear you.
Yeah.
Or unmute you, I should say.
I'm so appreciative of your lifestyle changes and the gains that you have made. So I've read all your evidence. I'm very excited to see you start this new chapter of your life. And honestly, I want to applaud you for like the questions that were asked by Miss Tammy as she asked you questions. You were so diligent in writing, even down to like the omega vitamins you were taking. So I want you to know that being cooperative with the board has made like such a difference in like the way we read the things that, that you're doing. So, and I appreciate that you're following your doctor's advice and working on that. So my word of advice would be just don't overwhelm yourself with work. Nursing is very stressful as it is, and, reach out at any point that you need any help or assistance. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other board members?
Oh, I want to know where you're going to go work at. I was wondering that. Sorry.
A psych hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
For now, we'll see how it goes, but that's where that's where I have a job, so.
Great.
All right, Mr. Dawson, any follow-up based on the question from the board?
No.
All right. Ms. Phillips, anything else you want to add? What do you want the board to do for you this afternoon?
I want to get my license and be able to practice.
Okay. All right. Mr. Dawson, how about a summation, or do you want to waive that as well?
Right. Just simply say, I think board staff, from the staff's perspective, do not have any reason to, what's the term? It doesn't have any heartburn about her being, having an active license currently. So.
All right, Ms. Phillips, you get the last word. Anything else you want to add?
No, not really. Not
Okay.
yet.
Understood. All right, with that, I'm not going to shut the evidentiary portion of the record down because we stay on the record, but I will go ahead and turn it over to the Vice President for deliberations and motions and votes. What's going to happen now, Ms. Phillips? They're going to go into deliberations. They're going to make a decision, okay? You can stay here for that if you would like. You don't have to if you don't want to. If you do decide to leave, just make certain you don't wander too far, because if you do leave, they're going to come back. When you come back, and they're going to announce their decision again when you get in here, all right? Would you like to stay or would you like to leave?
Whatever you guys want me to do.
No. It's what you want.
Okay, well then I'll just stay
Okay.
unless
All
you
right.
want me to leave.
With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Vice President. Madam Vice President?
The board is now in deliberations. We have one written. Any discussion that anybody would like to contribute to? She's done well.
So nothing will change, Ashley, if she comes off AT, like, it's not, because it's just an active license, it doesn't matter, so nothing. Okay.
Are you reading?
I understand. Basically, it's like a waiver.
I can read.
Like a, like when we did one.
Let me read it.
Nobody ever.
Okay, if you want to. Let me figure out which one. Just read them.
Are we going back in though? We're in deliberations?
No, I don't have to.
Oh, okay. Are we ready? I move that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing approve the activation of Elena Phillips, RN license number 216471 based upon evidence presented, signed by Philip Petty and seconded by Lakeisha Young.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
All right, Madam Vice President, I will note for the record, the decision of the board was unanimous. Ms. Phillips, you're going to get a copy of the decision and you're going to get a cover letter that notifies you of your appeal rights, which they have to do under the law. But since you got your license back, I sincerely doubt you're going to be appealing. Any other questions or comments from the board before I shut this one down? You want to make let's go ahead and, Mr. Dawson, you want to move the admission of the board's deliberation document, Exhibit 4?
Yes,
All right.
the printed motion.
All right, that motion is granted. Exhibit 4 is made part of the record.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll go ahead and call this hearing to a close. Ma'am, thank you very much.
Thank you. So that means right now, like,
Yep.
my license is active now?
I'm gonna have to be.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Don't sign RM behind your name. We'll do it.
Which form did you use?
It was a K, it was just the.
All right, Mr. Dawson, we have one more, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Is that respondent present or do we know?
Yes, and they're
Okay.
asking her to come
Bring-
down, so.
Bring her down.
Mhm.
Mr. Dawson, I'm fairly confident that one of your witnesses has testified in front of the medical board before. Is that not right? I thought I recognized you, sir.
He's may have testified over there more than he has here. I don't know. It's a
He's
lot.
testified a number of times in front of the medical board.
Like when the cops know your name.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that he's testified so much in front of the medical board, or I've conducted so many hearings in front of the medical board.
Mhm. You've probably seen a lot.
I guess.
What's Lisa going up at?
To get the.
Yeah. Mr. Moulton, I did provide you, I don't know if you found it, a copy of
I got it right here.
exhibit list and
Yeah,
witness
yes, sir.
list.
Thank you. All right, board members, you ready to proceed with the next one? I'm sure would you like to read your introductory again? I will turn it over to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The nursing board is back in session. Ms. Jackson, this is a hearing and it's being recorded. Okay, just to let you know that. You must pull the microphone directly in front of you to be heard clearly. Okay, please wait until that you've been recognized to speak. We ask that you silence all cell phones and pagers, please. And I'd like to read you our mission statement.
Okay.
The mission of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing is to protect the public and act as their advocate for effectively regulating the practice of nursing. Okay. And at this time, I will be turning it over to our hearing officer.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next item on the agenda, styled before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Laura Sherwood Jackson, NCSBN ID number 243-21430, RN license number 216471. For the record, my name is Charlie Moulton. I'll be acting as the hearing officer for this proceeding. I'm going to go ahead and take judicial notice about the statutes as well as the rules that are governing this hearing. Arkansas Code annotated section 17-87-309A6, as well as the rules of the board in the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, sections 25-15-201 at sequence. The time is 1:30 in the afternoon of Wednesday, April 1st, 2023. This hearing is being held in the offices of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing, located 1123 South University, Suite 312, Little Rock, Arkansas. Mr. Dawson, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, David Dawson, I'm representing the board.
And Ms. Jackson, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
I'm Laura Jackson.
All right. And Ms. Jackson, you are representing yourself this afternoon, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And you've read the order and notice of hearing, is that right?
I have.
And you are ready to proceed this afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been in an administrative hearing before?
No.
All right. Let me explain to you how the process works, okay? If I could. So Mr. Dawson has what we call bears the burden of proving the allegations of fact and the conclusions of law in that order and notice of hearing that you read. That means he has to go first, okay? He'll call whatever witnesses he has. I think he's got two because I'm seeing two of them sitting at the table.
Three.
Okay. There's not enough room at the table. After he is done examining or questioning his witnesses, because you are representing yourself, you'll have an opportunity to ask those witnesses questions as well if you'd like. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's not going to be held against you, but I am going to give you that opportunity, okay?
Okay.
Once he's done with his entire presentation, that'll be your turn to respond to that. I'll give the floor to you. You can explain to the board what you think is right and what you think is wrong with his presentation. At the end of, and it's a little different in terms of how a court works because the board gets an opportunity to ask questions of witnesses as well, and they're going to ask you questions probably too.
Okay.
Once all the evidence is in, I turn it back over to the board for deliberations and a decision. And they'll do that. They'll deliberate, they'll have a motion, they'll have a vote, and that'll be their final decision, okay? Did you bring any witnesses with you? I saw you walk in with somebody.
No, that's my mother.
Okay, for moral support?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring any documents with you this afternoon that you would like the board to take a look at?
Did I think everybody has a folder?
Okay, so you've already provided them to the board?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Dawson, does she have a binder? Does she have a blue binder? I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson?
Yeah, she provided us this.
Oh,
blue binder.
this is her, these are her documents?
Yes.
Ah, okay. All right. Why don't we go ahead and take care of those housekeeping matters first? Ms. Jackson, if you could, I'm going to swear you in just so I don't forget. Sometimes I do with a respondent. Would you mind raising your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Anything that I haven't covered that you've got a question for me in terms of how the process works?
No.
If you do have a question as we go through this, raise your hand, get my attention, okay?
Okay.
I want to make certain we're on the same page with you, all right? One of the caveat that I've got for you is it's really important to give a verbal response to any question that you were asked.
Okay.
If you're of the mind, some people give a nonverbal response or a nod of the head. I may stop things to remind you to give a verbal response. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to get a good record for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. How about an opening statement, Mr. Dawson? You want to waive that? Or do you want to proceed?
Well, yes, I can waive opening statement.
How about your exhibits?
Yes. I do have 7 exhibits to offer today, and I think the respondent has a copy provided to her. Exhibit 1 is the copy of the order of notice for hearing. Exhibit 2 is the Arkansas Nurse Practice Act. Exhibit 3 are the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Exhibit 4 is the Postal Service report regarding service of notice for hearing on March 16th, 2026. Exhibit 5 is Janet Simpson's hearing report dated July 2nd, 2025. Exhibit 6 is Nick Scholl's investigation report dated September 12th, 2024. And Exhibit 7 is Brenda Turner's investigation report dated September 17, 2023. Move to enter those into evidence.
Excuse me. Ms. Jackson, do you have any objection to staff's exhibits, the admission of staff's exhibits 1 through 7?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Without objection, staff's exhibits 1 through 7 are admitted. And Mr. Dawson, I've got this packet here in front of me. Well, maybe Ms. Jackson, you can tell me what's in this packet.
So there's a collection of emails, text messages, between, the ER. I guess the first, section would be Baptist. So I believe that's page 1 through 20. 1 through 20. And then after that, it's Forest City, and that would be, okay, I'll just start with the Baptist. The first is an email between me and Brian, who was the director. And then text messages between me and the assistant director. After they had asked me to have a drug test and we were waiting on the results. The other is all of the calls for emergency help because we were so short-staffed in the ER. Those are text messages that they sent out through the text messaging app that we had. And then there's also screen of posts made in our Facebook group that are asking for help also. And about the critical pay, reminding everyone that you could make more money, working Ironman, which I kind of explained that. And then there is a picture of a schedule. I'll kind of go into that later.
I suppose. And then more of the Facebook group pay stubs so that I can, actually show how many hours were being worked. I did not have screenshots of all of the pay stubs and not that many for the time period in question. However, I worked like, I think 8 Ironmans total. And so, the first 2 pay stubs would be from a typical Ironman. Right before I left, they started doing 1 week, which an Ironman is whenever you work 5 12s, in 1 week. So 60 hours. And you would get a bonus. Initially, it was either you had to do 1 pay period or 1 month. And for a month, you got $1,000 bonus. For a pay period, you got 500. Well, they needed people worse, so they started doing the 1 week, and you would get a $200 bonus at the end if you completed it and got the correct number of hours. I'll let that make sense in a little bit. Next is the email that I sent to the administration and the leadership at Baptist after I thought about everything, because I'm sure we'll talk about it a little later, but initially when they called me in, we only talked about medication, and my termination was due to practicing outside of my scope, which we didn't talk about at all in the first meeting. The first meeting, it was, we're gonna drug test you, your ordering is higher than normal, and what was going on in October through January that, made this increase. Towards the end here, and my handwriting is what I responded to from the actual letter that was sent, each kind of line item, and gave a little bit of an explanation without, of course, knowing any patient information. And after those 2 pages, important facts, that kind of explains why ordering changed. We removed APRNs from the ER, except for in triage. And prior to that, we had this urgent care area that there was an APRN that ran. And so that eventually turned into just more ER rooms. So I explained what ERE was and the medications, and I explained the Ironman. And then we get into the Forest City text messages between me and the manager. So there's,
Let me stop you right there,
Okay.
Ms. Justin, because you're kind of getting more into a presentation than just telling me
yes,
what the exhibits are.
yeah, it's just,
So what you're saying is there are exhibits in here that kind of give a timeline
yeah,
of your perspective of what transpired. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. Mr. Dawson, I'm going to go ahead and mark this as a Respondent's Exhibit 1. Do you have any objection to the admission of Respondent's Exhibit 1?
No.
All right. Thank you. Without objection, Respondent's Exhibit 1 is admitted. All right. Did you say you were going to waive opening, Mr. Dawson?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to do the same thing, Ms. Jackson, mostly because you almost gave an opening already. So, Mr. Dawson, would you be so kind as to call your first witness?
Yes, they haven't been sworn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The 3 witnesses that I have will be Janet Simpson, Nick Schull, and Brenda Turner.
Okay. We'll do all 3 of them at the same time. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah,
I see you're hiding. There you go.
Mhm.
Folks, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I call first witness is Janet Simpson.
Janet Simpson, nurse investigator, Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
Ms. Simpson, would you please start out by going through respondent's license history?
Laura Sherwood Jackson graduated on June 11th, 2021 from Baptist Health College of Nursing, Little Rock, Arkansas, with her associate degree in nursing. She was issued Arkansas Multi-State RN 216471 by exam on July 21st, 2021, and it expires on October 31st, 2026. Previous discipline in the state of Arkansas includes on March 3rd, 2025, a letter of reprimand with stipulations for violation of ACA 1787-309A6. There's no other license or discipline history reported in nurses.
So was today's hearing requested by respondent to appeal the issuance of that letter of reprimand dated March 3rd, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Did you produce a hearing report to be used today to present information to the board?
Yes, it's dated July 2nd, 2025.
And I think that's previously been marked as a board exhibit. If you would, just go through your report and explain to the board kind of what's happened with the issuance of the letter of reprimand.
Okay, if you'll refer to attachment 1 on February 22nd, 2023, Sue A. Tedford, Arkansas State Board of Nursing Director, contacted respondent to discuss complaint regarding allegations respondent misappropriated drugs while working at Baptist Health Medical Center located in Little Rock, Arkansas. Respondent declined the Arkansas Nurse Alternative Program, RNAP, and the complaint was sent to investigation. On March 28, 2023, ASBN received a second complaint regarding respondent's nursing practice at Forest City Medical Center, Forest City, Arkansas. On September 17, 2023, Brenda Turner, RN Nurse Investigator for ASBN, submitted an investigative report addressing allegations of substandard care. On September 12, 2024, Nick Scholl, Farm D Investigator, submitted the investigative report for the first complaint regarding misappropriation. On February the 3rd, 2025, Hannah Swisher, RN Drug Control Investigator, submitted a professional drug screen report indicating respondent was prescription positive for amphetamine. If you'll refer to attachments 2 through 19, on March 3rd, 2025, a letter of reprimand with stipulations was sent to respondent via the ASBN nurse portal and certified mail. Respondent viewed the portal message on March 4th, 2025, and respondent signed for the letter on March 5th, 2025. If you'll refer to attachments 20 through 21, on March 31st, 2025, respondent requested an appeal via the nurse portal, and that concludes my report.
Okay, and the letter of reprimand is attached as page exhibit on attachments to your report as page number 2 and 3 and 4.
Correct.
And this may be getting things a little out of order, but it'll keep me from having to recall you as a witness at the end after the investigators testify. But, you know, the allegation had mentioned about misappropriating drugs, but in often when we see that as a fact situation, there's probation offered, a consent agreement, or a hearing regarding that. And in this instance, there was a letter of reprimand issued. Is that because the drug screen did not show any positive for any drugs other than a prescription that she had, and the fact that the evidence had more to do with her practice and her documentation and so forth?
Correct.
Okay. And so what education was required with the letter of reprimand?
Okay, she had 4 courses: the nurse and professional behaviors, ICRS, upholding the standard professional accountability in nursing, medication administration, and documentation for nurses, 5th edition.
Okay. So in your opinion, as a staff member, do you think that a letter of reprimand with those stipulations to take those courses is the most appropriate way to address the issues that the investigators will talk about in a minute?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Jackson, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do not.
All right. Board members, any questions? Mr. Dawson, your next witness, please.
Thank you. I call Investigator Nick Scholl.
Nick Scholl, pharmacist, pharmacy services and drug control within the Arkansas Department of Health.
Thank you. What is your position there in your office?
I'm the section chief and a drug control investigator.
Okay. As part of your duties, do you sometimes conduct investigations of complaints made to the Board of Nursing?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, did you, in fact, I think there were 2 complaints, and were you assigned the first complaint to investigate?
Yes.
And did you conduct an investigation and produce a report outlining the information you gathered in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And that's already been entered into evidence. Was that dated? I'm sorry, I get my clip out of the way, September 12th, 2024?
Yes.
What was the cost of your investigation?
$537.50.
Okay. So I want to go through the report and just kind of break it up in sections. If you would, start out and just explain what the complaint stated.
Sure. So this investigation was prompted by a complaint sent by Michelle Diedrich, Vice President of Patient Care at Baptist Health in Little Rock. Ms. Diedrich indicated, in part, respondent was terminated by Baptist Health Medical Center, Little Rock on February 2nd, 2023 for misconduct and violations of rules and practicing outside of her scope of practice. The pharmacy department notified respondent's managers concerns regarding the handling of hydromorphone. After investigation of respondent's Pyxis records and medicine administration records, she was sent for a for-cause drug screen. Respondent's drug screen came back negative. Because of respondent's ordering of hydromorphone, administration, and wasting practices, she was terminated for violation of not following policy and procedure and practicing outside of her scope of license.
Okay, so as part of your investigation, did you obtain and review records from Baptist Health Medical Center?
Yes.
Regarding respondent?
Yes.
And are those records attached to your report as attachments 6 through 38?
Correct.
Would you go through what those records indicated and revealed?
Yes. So just a quick timeline of her employment. On September 17th, 2020, she was hired. On December 2nd or December 22nd of 2022, respondent was given a written counseling for 6 unexcused absences. January 9th of 2023, respondent was given written counseling for 6 tardies. And then on February 2nd, 2023, respondent's employment was terminated, and documentation indicated in part is due to misconduct rules and practicing outside of her scope of practice. Baptist also sent basically 3 different month-long reports regarding respondents' handling of controlled substances. Just quickly kind of go through those. From October 16, 2022 to November 15, 2022, respondent had 32 wastes of controlled substances compared to an average of 5.28 in her peer group. Respondent dispensed 8 doses of fentanyl compared to an average of 1.98 in her peer group. Respondent had 4 wastes of the full amount dispensed of controlled substances compared to an average of 0.24 in her peer group. The next month, November 15th, 2022 to December 15th, 2022, respondent had 5 wastes of the full amount dispensed of controlled substances compared to an average of 0.47 in her peer group. Respondent had 7 order overrides for controlled substances compared to an average of 0.96 in her peer group. Respondent had 14 dispensations of hydromorphone, 2 milligram per mil, compared to an average of 2.36 in her peer group. Respondent also had 2 unreconciled drugs, 2,000 milligrams of propofol and 2 milligrams of hydromorphone. And the last one, December 15th, 2022 to January 14th, 2023. Respondent had 46 wastes of controlled drugs compared to an average of 7.03 in her peer group. Respondent had 13 total cancellations compared to an average of 1.34 in her peer group. Respondent had 7 order overrides for controlled drugs compared to an average of 0.88 in her peer group. Respondent had 36 dispensations of hydromorphone, 2 milligrams per mil, compared to an average of 3.8 in her peer group. Respondent had 70 dispensations of controlled drugs compared to an average of 21.76 in her peer group. And respondent had 3 unreconciled drugs, 10 milligrams of fentanyl, 1 milligram of lorazepam, and 1 milligram of hydromorphone. A few other details from that report. From November until January 14th of 2023, respondent had 60 dispenses of hydromorphone vials. 58 are the 2 milligram per per mil vial. The next RN with that many 2 milligram dispenses had 9. Respondent was the 6th highest ordering provider of hydromorphone with 31. There were 5 doctors ahead of her. The next highest nurse was 27th. 27% of respondents' orders placed were for hydromorphone. She had 4 incidents where she failed to chart an administration of hydromorphone. She had 5 incidents where she pulled hydromorphone and wasted the whole vial. Respondent was sent for a drug screen on January 20th of 2023. The results came back negative. And then finally, there was a excerpt from an interview with respondent and I believe 3 pharmacy employees. Kind of pertinent details of that indicated on January 13th, 2023, a patient had right flank pain that radiated. He eventually admitted to SICU. Patient had received Toradol, Stadol, and Dilaudid at 13:45. The interviewer indicated you, respondent, placed another order for hydromorphone for that patient at 14:38. You then went straight to the patient's room and were present for the patient leaving to go to IVR for an anteriogram. You then left and went straight to the Pyxis to dispense hydromorphone. Why did you do that? You knew the patient was gone. You then also did not use it on her. Those are the employment records that I got from Baptist.
Okay. And in addition to those employment records and the reports they provided, did you also ask for 10 different medical records from patients where the respondent was the attending nurse?
Correct, yes.
And so you have those listed here, and I think there may be an issue with every one of them. Could you kind of summarize those and take as much time as you need? When I use the word summary, I don't want to keep relevant information out, but if you would go through what you found in those records that are relevant.
Sure, I'll try to go through it quickly. I mean, of the 10, I'll start out, there were no instances of unaccounted for controlled substances. Most of these dealt with respondent would pull a vial of a controlled substance and then end up wasting the whole thing or returning it later. So first patient, KW, documentation indicated respondent retrieved 1 2 milligram per mil vial of lorazepam on October 21st, 2022 at 11:03. Documentation indicates respondent wasted the full 2 milligrams later that day at 13:53. The medication administration record indicated the patient did not receive any doses of lorazepam from 10 o'clock to 1700 on that day. Next patient, TK. Documentation indicates on October 23rd, 2022 at 12:05, respondent retrieved 1 vial of fentanyl, 100 micrograms for 2 mLs for the patient. Documentation further indicates on October 23rd, 2022, respondent wasted 50 micrograms at 12:05 and wasted an additional 50 micrograms at 12:40. That should be noted, an order for fentanyl could not be found in the patient's medical record and no fentanyl was documented as administered to the patient. The next patient is JB. JB had an order for fentanyl, 10 microgram injection. The instructions were 10 microgram IV one-time dose. Respondent was indicated as the ordering user. The documentation indicates the respondent retrieved 1 100 microgram per 2 ml vial of fentanyl for the patient on 29th, 2022 at 17:44. And documentation indicates respondent wasted 90 micrograms of it at the same time, a few seconds later, 17:44 and 15 seconds, and wasted the additional 10 micrograms later that day at 18:57. The MAR indicates the patient received 50 micrograms a couple times that day from a different order, I believe. Next patient was OP. Documentation shows on November 2nd, 2022 at 14:48, lorazepam 1 milligram injection was ordered for the patient. Instructions indicated 1 milligram IV one-time dose. A doctor was indicated as the ordering user this time. Documentation indicates respondent retrieved 1 2 milligram per ml vial of lorazepam for the patient on November 2nd, 2022 at 15:36. And then documentation indicates respondent wasted 1 milligram same day, 15:53, and wasted the additional milligram a few seconds later, 15:53, 57. The MAR provided indicates that the patient did not receive any doses of lorazepam during their visit. Next record was for patient BH. On November 18th, 2022 at 13:58, propofol 10 milligrams per mil injection was ordered for the patient. There were no instructions entered. Respondent was indicated as the ordering user. A note to pharmacy indicates they created a cabinet override. Documentation indicates respondent retrieved 1,000 milligram per 100 milliliter bag of propofol on November 18th, 2022 at 13:58. Documentation indicates respondent returned the 1,000 milligrams later that day at 14:41. The MAR provided indicated the patient did not receive any doses of propofol during their visit. Next patient, DJ, on November 28, 2022 at 12:37, hydromorphone 1 milligram injection was ordered for the patient. Instructions were to inject 1 milligram every 4 hours as needed for severe pain. Respondent was indicated as the ordering user. And then documentation indicated respondent retrieved 1 2 milligram per mil vial of hydromorphone on November 28, 2022 at 12:53 and 15 seconds. Documentation indicates respondent wasted 1 milligram that same day, a few seconds later, 12:53:32, and wasted the additional 1 milligram later that day at 14:53. The MAR provided indicates the patient did not receive any dose of hydromorphone during their visit. Next patient, EC. Two different orders for EC. First one was for midazolam in sodium chloride, 1 milligram per mil solution. There were no instructions entered. Respondent was indicated as the ordering user. There was another cabinet override. Documentation indicates respondent retrieved 100 milligram per 100 milliliter bag of midazolam on November 27, 2022 at 08:51. And then documentation indicates respondent returned the bag later that day at 09:40. Again, MAR indicates that no midazolam was administered to the patient during their visit. Also, there was an order for fentanyl, 1,000 micrograms in sodium chloride, 100 milliliters. Instructions indicated 25 to 200 micrograms per hour, IV continuous as needed. There was a pharmacist who was indicated as the ordering user for this one. Similar documentation, though, showed respondent retrieved 1 bag of fentanyl, 1,000 micrograms for 100 mils on November 27, 2022 at 8:51, and then returned that bag later that day at 9:40. Again, the MAR indicated that no fentanyl was administered to the patient during their visit. I've got 2 more patients. The next one is patient BH. On December 1st, 2022 at 14:47, hydromorphone 1 milligram injection was ordered for the patient. Instructions indicated 1 milligram every 4 hours as needed for severe pain. A physician was indicated as the ordering user. Documentation indicates respondent retrieved 1 2 milligram per ml vial of hydromorphone on December 1st, 2022 at 18:32 and 44 seconds. Documentation then indicates that respondent wasted 1 milligram same day, a few seconds later, and the additional 1 milligram was wasted at that day at 18:39. On this patient, the MAR did indicate that the patient received multiple doses of hydromorphone during their stay. And the final patient is patient TC. On December 18th, 2022 at 16:41, hydromorphone 0.5 milligram injection was ordered for the patient. Instructions indicated 0.5 milligrams every 3 hours as needed for severe pain. A physician was indicated as the ordering user. Documentation indicated respondent retrieved 1 milligram per ml vial of hydromorphone on December 18th, 2022 at 17:12 and 9 seconds. And then documentation indicated respondent wasted 1.5 milligrams of the hydromorphone same day, a few seconds later, and then wasted the additional 0.5 milligrams later that day at 18:54. And again, this patient did have the MAR showed multiple doses of hydromorphone were administered during their stay. And that was all the charts I reviewed.
Okay, so these are just 10 charts. They weren't every patient that respondent saw during this time period. Is that
Right.
correct?
No, these are just the 10 that Baptist sent in response to my subpoena.
Okay, so this was just kind of a random sample,
Right.
but there were issues with every one?
Yes.
Documentation issues? Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Ms. Jackson, any questions for this witness?
I do. So whenever you spoke with Baptist, did I have any previous discrepancies or had I been counseled for any?
They didn't have anything like that in their records, no.
Okay, what about, in the records that you received, are you able to see the nurse, what nurse is assigned to the patient?
I don't believe I was able to see what nurse was assigned to the patient, no.
Did anyone explain that we team nurse?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Dawson,
Nothing.
any follow-up? All right. Board members, any questions?
It's 7, I think. Okay, now.
Yeah.
They get on to me when I don't talk with a mic, even though I'm loud. So, all right, Mr. Shull, thanks for digging through all of that. So we see a pattern here. We're pulling 2 milligrams, especially Dilaudid. There were other drugs, but Dilaudid seemed to pop up quite a bit. And I think on the total report we got, not just those 10 charts. I'm glad you broke down the 10 charts individually so you could see kind of a little bit more. But we're pulling 2 milligrams in most cases, wasting part of it, then wasting the other half and not giving. We saw that multiple times throughout that.
Right.
And is that sometimes seen as a sign of possible diversion going on when you're doing those kind of strange pull and waste type practices and pulling more than is needed per the order?
I would call it, yes. I mean, I would agree. I would call it suspicious.
Yeah.
Could be nothing, but it certainly could be suspicious.
The type of things that hospitals use to pull their suspicious narcotic reporting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And that was pretty repetitive throughout that. I mean, we're looking at 10 occasions, but just in those, I mean, like from December to January, that 1 month, there were 46 waste compared to the average of 7 in the peer group.
Mhm.
I know she was working a lot, but that's it's quite a bit more. So, okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing that correctly. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other board members?
I go back, sorry, got a lot of pages. So can I ask you a question about on this KW patient? Sorry, there's a lot of pages here. Like on that one specifically, am I correct that the medication was pulled, like retrieved and then wasted, and then the order wasn't even put in till like 1836, like retrieved at 1103, wasted at 1353. That was lorazepam. But it really wasn't even ordered till 1836. Like it was does that seem, am I reading that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay, like that was an odd, like,
Yes, I
but I don't
noticed
think
that
I
too.
got another one doing that. I was trying to read back through all this investigation, but I noticed that there was one specific nurse that there was more waste with, but the rest of it wasn't necessarily like a one specific like there wasn't one specific person we were wasting with the whole time though, correct?
Right. I didn't catch a pattern like that.
I think it was like pharmacy services maybe, or the pharmacy there had kind of pulled that information together. But on all of these, someone should have wasted, correct, with her?
A witness, yes.
Should have been there.
Correct. Should have.
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. So, because in some of this that we've already put into like exhibit blue document, it talks about, well, I guess we'll get to that in a second, about that this was kind of like a fast track ER, but then it kind of became more of like an overflow ER that you were having patients there, maybe staying longer. So, but when you're mentioning the peer group, like, and that you're talking about the same type nurses in this ER setting, correct? And
That's a good question. I'd have to look back through it if they kind of break that down. I don't want to say for sure that that's what it means without.
well, and I will pull you, which may kind of answer some of these questions on it's page 43 for us, but it's attachment 37 on you guys. So I wouldn't even really consider these peers, and I don't know if that's some of that data, but I mean, I just know some of these people are doctors, yeah. And so she's 31 out of 993. She was 31. Everybody above her is a physician.
Right. So
And then
this,
underneath, I see a surgeon. I just happen to know that name. That are
yes.
falling.
So this was, I think I did hit on that in the,
Yes.
this was the ordering of,
Was that the hydromorphone?
yes. So yeah, she was sixth, and I think then they said the next nurse below her was 27th. So it was 5 doctors above her, and the next nurse actually below her was 27th, and she was sixth.
And it's kind of blurry, but that's just hydromorphone, correct? That's just allotted.
I believe so.
That's what that slicer says on Epic, it looks like.
Right. Yeah, it was
Okay.
hydromorphone.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that detailed report.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Good afternoon. Just, and I don't know if we know the answer to this or not. In comparing her to the other nurses, do you have any idea if the comparison for the number of drugs that were pulled was compared to hours worked? Was that built into the equation at all?
I don't know if it was. I doubt. I didn't see anything like that it was. So
I didn't
doubt. I
either,
doubt that
so-
it was.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else from the board?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was writing something down.
All right.
I don't have any other questions.
I was gonna say, do you have any follow-up for this witness based
No.
on, Ms. Jackson, do you have any follow-up based on the questions from the board for this witness?
No, I mean, Nick, whenever you and I spoke, we kind of went over, I remember at least one, the Ativan that was pulled, and you did, I don't know if you noted, because I was trying to keep up and my pages, I don't know. But anyhow, I didn't actually see where that is in here. But nevertheless, you said that you could tell that there was a PRN dose of Ativan that was ordered for the patient for seizures. I think that was like one of the
I think
first.
this is the first patient you're talking about. Yes, there was a PRN order for Ativan for the patient.
Did
yes.
you, anywhere in here, and forgive me, I haven't read it because I've been trying to keep up. Did you talk about our conversation? Or the explanation?
I have the statement that you sent me attached in the back of my report, yes.
Okay, I haven't made it there. Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Dawson, your next witness?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scholl.
Thank you.
I call Investigator Brenda Turner. Ms. Turner, if you would introduce yourself and tell us what you do for the board.
Brenda Turner, RN Nurse Investigator.
And as part of your duty, you conduct investigations when complaints are made to the Board of Nursing?
I do.
Okay, and I believe in this case, you were asked to investigate a second complaint that was received from a different facility, is that correct?
Correct.
And after receiving the assignment, did you conduct an investigation, gather information, and produce a report outlining the findings of your investigation?
I did.
And is that contained in your report that's previously been entered into evidence? And is it dated September 17, 2023?
It is.
What was the cost of your investigation?
$1,033.76.
Okay. So to give us an idea of what you investigated, could you start out and just go through what the complaint stated?
This investigation was prompted by a complaint from Leslie Harris, MSN RN Chief Nursing Officer, Facility Privacy Officer, Forest City Medical Center, Forest City, Arkansas. The CNO alleges that respondent was reckless in attempting to assemble an insulin drip with having no experience and having previously done so. Additionally, respondent failed to utilize the resources that were readily available to her, easily access protocols in the medication room, medication books, a pharmacy guideline book, the charge RN, and the house supervisor while administering level-fed and transfusing blood in addition to assembling an insulin drip. Now, reference attachments 2 through 4.
Okay, and on this, that next paragraph you have in your narrative on page 2, would you go ahead and read that? Was that something reported in the complaint, or was that something provided in documents?
That was provided in documents.
Okay, and that, would you go ahead and read what those documents indicated?
Additionally, text messages exchanges between respondent and Jamie Tracy, Emergency Department Director, indicate deficiencies with regard to failing to document critical value, March 7, 2023, wasting and documenting to Corlac appropriately, March 7, 2023, and documenting the administration of IV fluids, March 13, 2023.
Okay. And did you gather information from the facility regarding the employment's or the respondent's employment history?
I did.
Okay. And those are included as attachments 5 through 19?
They are.
And would you tell us what those you have here in your narrative, what that indicated?
According to personnel documents from Accountable Healthcare Staffing, respondent completed her application for employment on January 26, 2023, with an availability date of February 5th, 2023. Respondent's start date for FCMC was March 2023, with an anticipated 13-week contract. Within the agency documents, respondent scored 3 on a scale of 1 to 3 on medication experience and blood transfusion experience. A 3 indicates an advanced level of experience. The CNO from FCMC terminated respondent contract on March 27, 2023 for medication error according to Accountable Healthcare Staffing. Coaching and counseling were provided by Accountable Healthcare Staffing, with respondent being available for another assignment upon completion. According to Baptist Health, are you wanting the Baptist Health information also?
Yes.
I'm sorry. According to Baptist Health Little Rock personnel documents, respondent was hired in the emergency department as a new graduate RN in June of 2021. Respondent had various counselings for 6 tardies and 6 unexcused absences. She was terminated on February 1st, 2023 for misconduct of rules and practices outside the scope of her practice. Respondent is not eligible for rehire at Baptist Health in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, and I was a little bit confused. You did overlap a little bit, and you got a little bit of information that Mr. Schull already went over from Baptist Health.
Mm-hmm.
But the first part you were talking about was from when she was working as for an agency, a staffing agency, and working at Forest City Medical Center?
Correct.
Okay. Did you review some patient medical records from Forest City Medical Center?
I did.
And I see under your attachments 20 to 23, would you explain what those records indicated?
BW is a 47-year-old African-American woman who was admitted to FCMC on March 11, 2023 with diagnoses of alcohol abuse and uncomplicated anemia. 1 unit of leukoreduced PRBCs was ordered on March 11, 2023 at 2356 by Albie Bachvika, MD. Respondent obtained this blood product from the lab. Respondent alleges that the lab tech did not provide the appropriate blood transfusion form when she left the lab with the blood product. The lab tech signed the blood out at 0104. The blood transfusion form was signed by respondent within the lab. Respondent had Lauren Keeling, RN, sign on one of the signature lines prior to beginning the infusion. Lauren Keeling, RN, had no contact with this patient outside of verifying the blood product with respondent. The blood transfusion form that was placed in the chart was void of all vital signs. Respondent failed to sign as the second nurse. Respondent failed to document at any point that she had administered blood. There are no signatures within the electronic health record to indicate blood administration by respondent, nor a signature by Lauren Keeling within the EHR as asserted by respondent within her response. Respondent alleges that she documented all pre-infusion vital signs, 15-minute vital signs, any signs of reactions, followed by post-infusion vital signs in the EHR. The only item to support a blood transfusion in the medical record is an order for leukoreduced PRBCs 31123 at 2356 and a blood transfusion record that has no vital signs recorded. There is no record of start time nor end time of transfusion on the blood transfusion form nor in the EHR. There are vital signs within the EHR in and around the time of the blood had been transfused. They are not identified as blood transfusion vital signs nor pre or post vital signs. The vital signs documented did not mimic the vital signs required on the blood transfusion form. There is no identified area within the EHR to document transfusion reactions nor anecdotal notes addressing such by respondent.
Yeah, it would continue, and I think you've labeled these as different incidents. The next two on the Levofed event and then the insulin drip event.
Certainly.
And go ahead and tell what the records indicate for that.
Louis Putter, RN, states that he filed a respondent in the emergency department and received a substandard report on one of her patients. This unidentified patient had an unlabeled bag of fluids infusing. Confused, LP went through the medical record and saw that Levofed was ordered and should have been infusing. He could not ascertain if the Levofed was included as the bag was not labeled as per protocol. The unlabeled bag that was infusing was normal saline, which is not used within the Levofed protocol. Respondent was not on the unit as she had finished her shift. LP chose to discard the IV normal saline and hang the appropriate D5W with the Levofed as per protocol after appropriately labeling the bag with fluids. LP indicated having no difficulty finding DFW on the unit. Respondent alleges that she and her coworker, Lauren Keeling, RN, contacted Vicki Witcher, RN, the house supervisor, after not finding any D5W on the unit, and were told to use normal saline for the Levofed until pharmacy arrived and then replace the normal saline Levofed with the D5W Levofed. Respondent alleges that she told LP about the need to change the fluid when pharmacy arrived, and he showed her how to label the bag of fluids, which she did. Lauren Keeling, Louis Putter, and Vicki Witcher all denied this version of events. The house supervisor said she would have used the global find option within the Pyxis to obtain the D5W or called a member of the pharmacy team in rather than use a fluid outside of the protocol. The house supervisor has no memory of this interaction with respondent. The insulin drip event on March 27, 2023, respondent attempted to assemble an insulin drip for an unnamed patient. While gathering the components for the drip, respondent dripped 9 milliliters of insulin and called the house supervisor for an additional 1 milliliter to have 10 milliliters of insulin, rather than the 1 milliliter she should have drawn up in an insulin syringe. When she showed the oncoming nurse, Madeline Harrington, RN, the 10 milliliter syringe that had 9 milliliters of insulin drawn up, Madeline said she was stunned. She had not worked in the emergency department for a while and was unsure of what had transpired in her absence. She told respondent that she was free to go home as it was the end of her shift. She then asked Meredith Bowers, RN, "Am I crazy? I know it's really early, but am I seeing this right?" Meredith assured her that what she was seeing was correct and that 9 times too much insulin had been drawn up while an additional milliliter was being brought to them by the house supervisor. Meredith indicated that they were freaked out that such a large amount of insulin had the potential to have into 100 milliliters of normal saline with potentially fatal results. Additionally, they questioned why respondent had not accessed the insulin drip protocol nor used an appropriate insulin syringe. Additionally provided were the pharmacy guideline manuals, the insulin infusion, norepinephrine compounded sterile products documents.
And so you reviewed that. Did she follow that, the facility procedure for that?
She did not.
Okay. And then I think you've already testified to this. Did Forest City Medical Center request that her contract be terminated after that event?
She was immediately terminated after the CNO was made aware of the potential error with the insulin.
And from what you learned in your investigation, was respondent's assessment score on her application regarding her experience inaccurate?
It was inaccurate.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Ms. Jackson, any questions for this witness?
Ms. Turner, is there a copy of that assessment in here? Of the assessment?
Yes,
Can you tell me where that?
certainly will. It is on page,
I think I see
pages
it.
9 and 10.
So we're talking the blood transfusion and then is this other medication, therapeutic interventions, IV infusions? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Did you see anywhere that it asked about making high risk medication, like mixing high risk medications?
No, the form appeared self-explanatory in that the 3 indicated a competency for that skill set.
For actually mixing an insulin drip?
Indicated on the skill set within the form that was provided by the agency you were working for.
Okay, and did they say that that drip was actually made? Because there's some, you sent me something where it says that there was an something risk because I chose to make the drip.
No, that they did not indicate that it was given. They indicated to me verbally that they were so shocked with what they saw that they didn't see discussing it with you, and they chose to let you go home and revisit it as the emergency department team because it appeared so egregious to them.
Okay.
Mr. Dawson, any redirect?
No.
Board members, any questions? Apparently there are none. All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your testimony. Board members, you've been going for about an hour and a half. How about a 5 or 10-minute break? All right, we'll go ahead, go off the record for 10 minutes and reconvene at 2:35. We are off the record. All right, court reporter, you all set to proceed? All right. We'll go ahead, go back on the record. We did have a board member that unfortunately had to excuse herself. It was board member Young, is that right? So board member Young, who was part of the proceedings, at least initially, had to leave. However, we do still, it's my understanding, we still have a quorum, so we can go ahead and proceed with the remaining board members and finish up this hearing. Mr. Dawson, do you rest at this point, sir?
Yes, sir.
Subject to whatever rebuttal you might have?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Jackson, it is your turn to tell your side of the story. And I'm not going to tell you how to do that, but I'm going to suggest something, okay?
Okay.
If you pull out the order and notice of hearing, there are a bunch of allegations that have been pled against you.
Mhm.
It would be very beneficial for yourself as well as the board if you could go through those and tell the board whether you agree or disagree with them, and if you disagree with them, why. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay.
And you have the floor. Go ahead, ma'am. Oh, and by the way, after you're done with the presentation again, Mr. Dawson's probably going to ask you some questions, and then the board will ask you some questions too. Please proceed, ma'am.
Okay, before that, I guess I'm gonna bring your attention to the very last page.
Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jackson,
Oh,
could you
sorry.
pull that microphone down? There you go.
The very last page of the packet that you have is an essay that I wrote for a scholarship when I was in nursing school. And I didn't go to nursing school right out of high school. I had my son when I was 19. I'm trying to get
All right, Ms. Jackson, do you need a minute just to compose yourself? Hold on.
I'm okay.
Okay. We're not pressuring you to proceed if you can't.
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
After my fourth child was born is when I decided to go to nursing school, like 6 months before COVID started. So I had to homeschool my children and do nursing school online, virtually. All of it was hard and I didn't do it lightly. My family downsized. We lived on just my husband's income. And I didn't do this just because I wanted to have initials behind my name. It meant something to me. My mom's been an RN for 45 years. She was one of the original flight nurses on med flight. In no way did I become a nurse to do anything, egregious or to, not take good care of the patient or to be, for anybody to get hurt ever. And to my knowledge, I've not ever hurt anybody. We typically have great outcomes. However, this was a rocky 2 or 3 months for me, apparently. Okay, now that we're through with that, I just kind of wanted to introduce myself and I didn't come into a nurse as a new grad, or not a new grad, as a young person. Some people that I graduated with weren't even old enough to buy alcohol. And so I was, a little older and I didn't necessarily fit in with even when I started in the ER, all the new nurses were really young and I just kind of I never really found my groove there because everybody else that was my age had been a nurse for a long time. So anyhow, that being said, like I said, I didn't do this lightly. I wanted to become a nurse, especially after my fourth child was born, because I had a nurse then that was my nurse and she hadn't had any kids and you could tell. And she was like, well, you can't be in pain because you walked up there to see your baby. And if you carry something for 9 months and you've never seen it, you're going to walk to the NICU and, pain or no pain. And so after that, I was like, you know what? I want to make this different for other people going forward and try to be, just try to be a more understanding voice. And if you read the very last one, I asked what I wanted, or I thought it was the last one. Anyhow, my original plan was to finish, or after I was in the ER for a little bit, was to move to the NICU and help with babies and mother baby. But anyhow, so let me look at, I will say there's an email in here that I sent, and I was trying to go through the data and trying to figure out what exactly I was shown. So initially, whenever Baptist pulled me in, it was at a start of a shift. I had just finished a 2-week Ironman. I had been off for 2 days, and I came back that morning, and got there at like 6:10, and they pulled me in and wanted to talk about my ordering. The previous shift that I had worked, I had a patient that we sent home for, she had been in for like a month and a half. We sent her home for the holidays and to try to let her have some time at home. I want to say she was even on hospice. Her dialysis port would not work. It was infected. Every time she took a breath, it was very painful, and she was developing pneumonia. Her white count was like 35,000. She was not stable enough to give any sort of pain medicine. We sent her home with fentanyl patches, and she said it wasn't touching her pain, but I couldn't give her anything else because it would drop her pressure too much, and she was already super hypotensive. I also, because she had spent over a month in the hospital, couldn't find a place that I could start an IV and run fluids fast enough to get her pressure up. After she had been there about an hour and a half, I had given, I think, 2 doses of fentanyl, and that wasn't touching it. And she was like, "That's why I came here. You guys sent me home with fentanyl." And so I was like, okay. So her doctor was Dr. Melton, and her ER doctor. And so whenever a patient is in the ER, whoever picks up that patient, the orders will go under their name. Dr. Melton said whenever we got her pressure up, that he would give her 1 milligram of Dilaudid because she said that's the only thing that helped her. I think she got 2 liters of normal saline. Finally, we actually did an EJ, and then they also ultrasounded an IV so that we had 2 sites that were good that we could run the fluids through a little bit quicker. It was a super sad situation. She's a twin, and she needed a kidney transplant. And her twin, who's the perfect donor, is right here, but they couldn't get her well enough to be able to donate or to be able to have surgery so that her twin could donate a kidney. So anyhow, we finally got the pressure up. Dr. Melton was walking by, and I said, "Hey, can we go ahead and order that, give that pain medicine in whatever room she was in?" And he said, "What's the pressure?" I told him, and he said, "Yes." And so I was like, "You want me to put that in?" He said, "Yes." And so I put it in. 45 seconds later, maybe, excuse me, the phone rings. And so when an attending or when a hospitalist picks up a patient, whoever actually has that patient, then the orders automatically default to that doctor. And so the order that I had just put in for the Dilaudid defaulted to Dr. Wally, who called and said that she could have 1 milligram of morphine every 4 hours. And that was all she was getting because she had an opioid addiction. And I was like, "Well, Dr. Wally, if she has an opioid addiction," we gave it to her because we sent her home with all of this medication, and she spent a month in the hospital, and she's in pain. You know, I told him about the port access being infected and not being able to use it, and her not having any spot for an IV, and went through all that. And he said he'd be down there in a minute, but that was his order, 1 milligram every 4 hours. And I said, okay. Whenever that medication was never pulled, I canceled that, or I think he had already canceled that order. I never even got up to get it. By that point, she had had an ICU bed, which this happened extremely fast in comparison to most times that you spend most of the time in the ER for, 6 and 12 hours. Anyhow, he came down and saw the patient. Whenever Dr. Melton walked by, I told him, and he and Dr. Wally had words. The very next shift that I came in for is when I got talked to about ordering the, how often I was ordering the hydromorphone. When I tried to bring up the Dr. Wally situation and the order, they didn't want to talk about that. They only wanted to talk about what I was actually ordering and why. So we didn't go into that. Well, then whenever they called me back after my drug test was negative, they wanted to talk about why I was putting orders in, which we didn't discuss the first time. It was the first time Brian, the ER director, was like, "Look, just take my advice. The board, if you go before the board, they're going to get all this information. They're going to see everything that you've ever done wrong. They have a way of finding everything, and it's not going to go well for you." Just go ahead and, take this as a loss, get whatever help you need and move on. And I was like, well, no, because I didn't do anything. I'm not taking medication from here. He was like, I know your drug test is going to be positive. And when it is, then what are you going to say? And I said, well, I know my drug test is going to be negative. And, and at that point I was naive and under the impression that when my drug test came back negative, that I would start. And like in the text messages that you'll see in there, I even told Kristen, I was trying to work or start my Ironman next week and blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, we'll just wait. And so the only thing we had discussed was whenever my drug test came back, when I would come back. Well, that didn't happen. So that being said, Brian did ask me over and over again what happened and what changed that caused my practices to change so much. And then I think where I was going with that initially, I'm sorry. I asked what the parameters were in the report because I asked how many people or how many hours a person was working, that they're relating them to me, because I was a little different in that I'd never worked triage. And I think there's a schedule on here. In here that shows like another person that was doing an Ironman. Typically, whenever most of the other nurses did Ironmans, they either scheduled themselves to be triaged that day, or they didn't have a patient load, or they would be afloat. And so those other 2 days, the extra 2 days you're working, they don't have patient care, direct patient care. Whereas every time I worked, I had direct patient care. I think there was a couple times that I relieved lunches in triage. And I was never charged. So, typically didn't float. So my shifts were always with direct patient care. There's an email, the very first page, there's an email that I sent November 27th, 2021, asking to not be in the back, because the back of the ER is where, like, if anybody was being held because there's no beds upstairs. And so they would have, PRN pain medicine every 2 hours. And sometimes we had enough back there that they would even bring med surg nurses down there to take care of them and let us, stay up front. But most of the time there wasn't enough nurses ever. And so we would end up taking care of them. And we did all of their home meds and everything, because after you've been in the ER for over 12 hours, if you have home meds, we don't want you to miss them. And so we start doing those. And so anyhow, I typically always worked in the back or in ERE. ERE is the ER extension. Initially, that was like urgent care. There was always an APRN there. They would sew up small lacerations, that kind of thing. And then they would, try to do things that were higher level or higher acuity. But whenever they removed the APRNs from being in that area is when that kind of changed. Waste of the full amount of controlled substances. So I think I didn't read still what my email to Nick, and I almost emailed Nick last week and asked him to send me my response because I had lost access to that email. Anyhow, the controlled substance waste. So whenever you pull a controlled substance, you're supposed to have another RN with you right then. So I know just like all of those said, pulled this at this time and 10 seconds later wasted. And that's because you're supposed to have somebody with you and waste right there on camera in front of the Pyxis. And we did it then. Because I worked in the back primarily by myself, there were times that I didn't have anybody to waste with me until 11 or 1, depending on what time the second mid-shift person came. So at that point, I would have to waste all of the things that I needed to waste from the morning then, unless I could get charged to come back there or somebody was walking through and I'm like, hey, will you waste with me? But, I didn't have a second nurse back there typically. The full amount of controlled substances. So I think some of that was my practice error being a new nurse. You just don't know how many times that you say, okay, the doctor ordered fentanyl, and people are like, nope, that's going to kill me. I'm not going to take it. And so then, if it's already up, then you just waste it. Or you go in there and they're like, I'm allergic to morphine. I can't have that. I'm like, well, it's not on your chart. And we talked about, what you were allergic to earlier. No, I can't have that. I'm allergic to everything except, whatever starts with the D, or, there's different things that they'll say. But as time has gone on, what I do now is go and talk to the patient about what the order the doctor has put in and say, okay, he ordered this and this for pain, or this for pain, and we got some nausea medicine. I'm going to give you some fluids and kind of give them a plan after it's been laid out for me, you know, what we're going to do. And whenever we talk about it, that gives them the opportunity to say, oh, I don't want that, or I can't take narcotics because X, Y, and Z, or whatever. And so that's what I do now, and I don't think that I've wasted a full amount of anything, at least whenever I was still in the ER and SOC. I don't recall wasting the full amounts of anything very often. Suspension of fentanyl. Sorry, mouth is really dry. So that would have been on days that I was actually in the front, because that's pretty much where fentanyl is. I know whenever Nick was going through some of his information, there was an order for fentanyl Versed. We only use that for sedation. So somebody would have been intubated, and typically there are at times in the year there are student doctors. And I was actually thinking that whenever I saw the propofol, the whole like vial of propofol that had been not documented on or whatever, I was thinking, why can't I really recall a time that I did fentanyl or pulled fentanyl Versed for sedation, because that's what a resident wanted. And then Dr. Pauls was like, nope, I want to do propofol. And so I had to return it. But that was, of course, I want to say that we said that was quite a while later, and that would have been after the intubation and CT or whatever. In the ER, we did team nursing if you were in the front area, which would mean 2 nurses would have like 4 to 6 beds, depending on where you were at. There's an area, like if you had a trauma room, that kind of counted as 2, so you may only have 3 or 4 that you would go between. But it just kind of depended on who your partner was, how that would go. You may both do things for the patients, or one may do IV. Like typically whenever we go in, we get all the things so that we can start the diagnostic workup. So we would go in, we'd start an IV. When we're starting the IV, we're going to pull blood, you know, kind of tube it up and get that going, and pull extra in case something else comes up that you need. Ask for urine. We try to do all that whenever we first get in, and get everybody in a gown, make sure that, you know, they know that they're NPO. And so it would, usually there would be one that would kind of do that and the other one that would do the assessment. And it would just depend. That's why I was asking. For some of these, I may not have documented administering the medication, because I would have pulled it for my teammate. And I was curious if that was in that report also. Like, would it say if these ones that weren't documented? Because I, to my knowledge, have never had a discrepancy except for what was that, Forest City, the Toradol. That's the only time I've ever been contacted about a discrepancy, and pharmacies never approached me. And whenever we met with pharmacy that day, I asked, and he said, no, you've never had a discrepancy. There's never been, and at that point, I could have sworn he said there's never been anything that you've pulled that hasn't been documented. Although Nick's report said something a little different. So, like I said, fentanyl is only able to be pulled kind of in an area, and it's not something I recall giving a lot. I do recall using it for sedation a lot. And the 10 milligrams of fentanyl that we talked about earlier, or 10 micrograms, I'm sorry, of fentanyl, that's a very strange dose from the get-go. I think that one said that I wasted 90 mics and then came back later and wasted the other 10. I don't know if that was just an error when it was put in, but the 90 would have had to be wasted whenever you pull it out. Because like I said, whenever you get the medication out of the Pyxis, you waste it then. And if not, you have to click waste later and then make sure you do it before you leave at the end of the shift, or you have to get called back up there and do a drug test. And that had never happened.
Ms. Jackson, if you don't mind, you've been going for almost 20 minutes. Would you mind terribly if I turned you over to Mr. Dawson for some questions so we can narrow the focus, or do you have a summation point coming up?
Oh, I was just trying to go through the little bullet points like you asked. I don't know, Mr. Dawson, is that?
Well, Mr. I mean, if you get some other things to say, I'll certainly let you say it, but it might help.
Maybe a little, and then maybe we can do that. I will speed it up. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
This is probably the most intimidating thing that I've ever done, and all the horror stories that the videos and they're not your friend and blah, blah, it's anyway. I'll speed up. Overrides. So typically in the ER and how it works at Baptist is there's a pharmacist in the ER and they have to verify all meds before they're able to be pulled. If pharmacy, they also go to all emergencies. And so if pharmacy is in an emergency, not verifying meds. And so your only choice is if you have to give that medication is to pull it by overriding it. That would probably be the most common override. And then if there is a seizure or they need something for sedation or something like that, you would override that. I'm gonna say that the unreconciled drugs of propofol was first sedation that we returned. And I have no idea about the 2 milligram hydromorphone. Let's see. So the lorazepam, if I remember correctly from talking with Mr. Scholl, that was a patient that came in for seizures. They had multiple seizures on the way, and I believe they were given Versed in the ambulance. And they said you might want to have Ativan on you because they've been seizing nonstop. And so I would have pulled that, put it in my pocket, and then returned it if we didn't use it because the patient didn't have any seizures. And I think that's kind of he and I talked about and found that there was a PRN order for the Ativan. We talked about fentanyl already, and we also talked about this 10 microgram of fentanyl already. So that would be all of the bullet points from Baptist. I think the biggest thing that I have to say about that is kind of probably outlined in this folder full of stuff, but the handwritten area, just kind of explaining what ERE is and how it changed. The PRNs were pulled out, and so that means I and 2 techs, is what usually happened, would be in a place that is outside of the ER. It used to be an auditorium, but they converted it during COVID. And prior, it was just like we gave all PO meds for the most part. That's the only thing that was stocked in the Pyxis back there. There is not any IV meds, and typically you didn't start an IV on these patients. They were just kind of turn and burn, getting you out of there. If you wanted, if you need COVID testing or something like that, we would do that even while they're in the waiting room and have the results, and then they would go. When they pulled the APRNs out, then the doctors had to come back there and see the patients. And so it just kind of became another area where patients were. However, there wasn't the same amount of monitoring or the same type of monitoring. There wasn't like in the actual ER, all of the alarms go off at the charge desk. Our alarms weren't monitored anywhere except for in that room. And so if it was only me and 2 techs in there, every time that I left to pull the medication, because techs can't pull medications, these 6 patients that could be critically ill are left with just 2 techs or 1 tech if, because they may take them to a CT scan or something like that. And so I tried not to leave. And that may be why you saw I ordered or pulled medications and then maybe didn't use them, because after orders were in, what would happen is a doctor would come down. The doctor and I would go in each room and see all 6 patients. At the end of that, I would write down what they wanted and put it in. Oh, my mouth is dry. I'm sorry. And that kind of started because on the way back, they pass every room and every nurse's station. And so they would get stopped 5 or 6 times, or there would be an ambulance trying to get somebody off of a gurney, and they'd be like, so what's going on? And then 45 minutes later, there's no order in, and this patient's been waiting for a while. So I got into the habit of writing down what they wanted for each patient and putting those orders in. And one thing that I asked Baptist for was a report to kind of show the increase of my ordering of CT scans and lab work and all of that, because it would have increased at the same time. But I never did get any of those answers, and I don't know if I don't believe they gave it to anybody else. Anyhow, I would put those in and I would try to do, everything at one time. If I needed supplies and medication, I would get all that at one time. Because like I said, the patients would be back there with just techs, or if there was one other RN, they may be back there with them. So I didn't feel like that was super safe. Kristen had recently taken over being the manager of the ER, and there were lots of changes that she was making fairly quickly. And some of it was to the ordering. I don't believe they're able to order in the same way, which is probably a good thing. If you look at the pay stubs and how many hours, a lot of times it was like almost 70 hours in 1 week that I would be there, and I don't know that the people that I was compared to, especially the ones on that's names are on the report, some of those were floor nurses even. And so I don't know that we're comparing apples to apples. I think that's all I have for Baptist.
Ms. Jackson, why don't I do this? I'm going to have Mr. Dawson ask you some questions because I think we can kind of narrow some of this stuff down. Mr. Dawson, do you have any questions for Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I have a few. The board members may be track this better than I have and have some
Eventually we'll
good
get-
questions,
we'll
but
get
I'll go
to
ahead and
that.
ask mine first.
Yeah.
Are you currently working as a nurse?
I am.
Where?
I work for Dr. Suzanne Yu. I'm in surgery with her out on Highway 10.
Okay.
Prior to
Here in
this,
Little Rock?
yes, in Little Rock.
Okay. So, back, what we limited to are those basically 6 issues that were listed on the letter of reprimand. So were you having trouble with your documentation and properly performing the medication administration procedures at that time?
I don't believe so.
Well, let me
Give me an
ask you this. In your testimony, I wrote down some phrases that you said while you were talking a while ago.
Okay.
Said, "This was a rocky 2 or 3 months for me, apparently." Another thing you said was, that was my practice error, being a new nurse. And another thing you said was, "What to do now?" Which kind of infers that it wasn't done the right way earlier. So, were you having issues then?
No, and I don't know that the right way or the way that I would rephrase that. It's just what I've learned works better. If you go see a patient and they're in the room and you talk about the meds that they're going to give, you know they're in the room. They're not at CT or wherever that else they could be, and you're stuck putting the medication in your pocket. You're able to go get the meds, give it, and they already know what they're going to get, so they're not going to refuse it. Because I think that was a lot of the wasting full vials of Medicaid or the whole order.
Was there any discussion about any documentation that you noted that the patient refused it?
There should be. I mean, yeah, whenever you cancel a medication order, you have to click the reason. So it would be patient refused or family refused.
But the investigators didn't say that they saw that in the records. They didn't talk about that, did they?
No.
Let me ask you about that. On the documentation, were you told, I'm kind of paraphrasing this, I've never been to nursing school, but were you told kind of a lot while you're going through school that documentation is very important and that basically documentation tells the story?
Mm-hmm.
And you heard the investigators talk about what was in the documentation. And the story appears to be that there's lots of unexplained wastages and not medication that was ordered, not being administered. And that's just a part of the record they reviewed. They weren't reviewing every patient that you had. You still don't think that you had issues?
Well, I do feel like that these are problem charts. I feel like that, I don't know that it's a random 10 patients. Whenever Mr. Scholl and I talked, he wasn't sure, and I don't guess that we're sure now, but I don't, I asked, are these problem charts? Is that all that you were sent? And he wasn't sure. So I don't know that it is an actual look into my practice. Because I definitely wouldn't, wasting full vials of medication is not something that I did often. And I feel like that if, with all the different nurses that I would have had to waste with. If there was a habit or a pattern there, somebody would have said something.
Well, okay, let me ask about that, about the habit and the pattern. The hospital did a report about your habits and patterns of numerous issues. Right.
Prior to that, I had never been counseled anything about giving medication, nothing from pharmacy. I had never heard from anyone.
Right, but they took a snapshot of time
Mhm.
and they looked at you compared to the other nurses, and you were significantly higher than everyone else in a lot of different areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also testified about working a lot. You called about Ironman shifts, I think.
Mhm.
And the other nurses were doing the same thing, correct? Several of them?
Several.
So the ones that would have been compared to you on this report were working the same long hours too?
I talked about that. Most of the other people that they would purposely picked up triage shifts so that they didn't have to have a patient load.
Okay. Well, when you did have a patient load, even if you,
I always had a patient load.
okay, when you worked long hours, you're still responsible
Correct.
to provide safe and accurate care, no matter how many hours you worked, correct?
Correct.
And it's also your responsibility that if you're tired and not on your game that day, you're not supposed to work, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I don't know, I wasn't tired. And I never, no one was ever taken care of in a way that was unsafe.
I mean, ultimately, your practice is your responsibility, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
All right, board members, any questions for Ms. Jackson?
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. I've got a few here and my notes are kind of scattered because we've heard a lot. So I'll try to get them in some sort of order here. So we talked a lot about kind of your ordering and some of your preparations and things like that, and you've explained some of your processes there. So were you, some of this ordering that you were doing, certain medicines way more than others, were you ordering under some sort of protocol, like a nurse-driven protocol? Like why were you ordering so much more than everybody else, I guess?
I think because because we had the change in the ERE. Prior to that, I wouldn't have really ordered at all because back there, the APRNs put in their own orders. And when
Okay.
we sat at a desk side by side.
And so you said in the back, I guess is what you're calling that area. So in the back, in that area you were working, you said it was usually just you and two techs. Okay. So I guess explain to me then your process when you were pulling meds. We see continuously and multiple occasions, wasn't just like one record or two. There were multiple times where you were pulling, especially Dilaudid, you were pulling a 2 milligram vial on a 1 milligram order.
Well, that's all that
And
was available
I get that, but you immediately were wasting one,
because you have to when you pull.
right? And then you were waiting sometimes long periods of time and then wasting the other milligram and never giving. And a couple of instances, maybe not with hydromorphone, I saw with Ativan, there never even was an order. You explained the one, but there were several of those types of incidences. So one, if you're the only nurse back there, one, how are you instantly wasting without anybody?
Well, that would probably be some of the reason why it took so long to waste. I would have to go back into the actual ER area where those medications can be pulled and ask somebody to waste with me. And so I tried to cluster, cluster your care. I would cluster my medication pulling and wasting and whatever supplies I needed and try to get all of that in one walk for all the 6 patients that I had back there.
So you weren't pulling meds like from the area you were actually working in?
No, we only had PO meds and that Pyxis.
Okay. So, and I know you said sometimes patients refuse meds. I get that. But it just seems that's very, very often that they were refusing meds. That can't be the only thing going on there. So I guess I have some questions. I know you were working a lot, but it looks like everybody was working a lot. You gave us a schedule. I kind of looked, there's quite a few people working, you know, similar schedules and similar hours, and so I get that. But kind of explain to us some of these discrepancies. So I'm looking at one report, and it looks like from November to January, you had 60 dispenses of Dilaudid vials, of the 2 milligram vials, like we talked about. And that's from the ER2 Fast Track Pyxis. And then the next RN's number in order that had pulled was a total of 9 during that time period. So that just seems, and I'm looking at the report. I mean, that it was a lot of pulls.
I agree. And you know,
So I mean, like if somebody needed Dilaudid, the docs just say, "Come to you," and be like, "You're the only one who gives Dilaudid." I can't think of any other way that happens.
I mean, no, and most of the orders I didn't put in, like the doctors would order what they wanted.
I think this was going off of dispenses, like who pulled them.
Yes.
And so you pulled 60, and the next closest pulled 9.
Well, and if you read the email that I sent to Baptist, I asked for those parameters because my practices were very similar to everyone else around me as far as pulling goes. And I would think that everybody else, especially the more critical patients that, you know, come in for trauma or something, would have more pain medicine than the people that I was taking care of with belly pain and such that would be in the back. I asked for the parameters to kind of see because it didn't make sense to me because doctors don't pull meds. So I don't know why those physicians, I mean, doctors don't even have a Pyxis login.
Well, that's a different report that's on the ordering users. I see which one you're talking about, like on pages.
What page?
Like 36, 37, I think is the one you're talking about, and 38. Those are those slicer dicer reports from Epic. Is that what you're talking about?
Possibly. I was shown 2 different reports. Both times we talked about it, and I never obviously didn't
Okay.
get to
It's
drill
in
down.
Mr. Schul's report, I believe, and it's attachment 36 is the one I think you're talking about. And that one, you know, that one does show orders. And it shows a very steep increasing trend line of when that happened from July all the way through to January. January had a little drop, but then it seemed like you weren't working. They had kind of cut you off that last week or so of January, so that may be why it had a drop. But that is, from what I'm looking at, that is just your Dilaudid that you put an order in for that time period. So you can see that's a very big increasing trend, and I'm sure it was setting a lot of alarms off. And then on that next report, I believe Mr. Schul stated that everyone else on that report is a physician. So even the highest physician had only put in 50 orders during that time, and you had entered 31. So, I mean, I know you were working in an area where you were putting in a lot of the orders. I understand that. But no one else worked that area? I mean, like, there should be somebody else on this report. If that's the standard practice that everybody's doing, and that was considered okay, even though it sounds a little dangerous to me, if that was considered okay and that was y'all standard practice, then you shouldn't be the only nurse from November to January who was doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Now I was primarily the one that ran ERE. If you look at those screenshots that I sent from the Facebook messages, they were always begging for nobody liked to be back there. Nobody liked to have that area. And so typically whenever they posted those, they asked for people to cover ERE. And so I didn't mind going back there because I've been stuck back there for a year and a half at that point, and it was normal to me. So probably my practice, and I want to say that Adrian, I don't see this on this report because I haven't looked through all of it, but anyhow, Adrian Larry, I trained her, and so she probably would have been.
She was next with 9. You had 60, she had 9.
Yeah, so she worked with me and would have learned my practices and hopefully changed them at this point. But that's the way that it was then. And I know that they totally revamped the program after I was gone because of some of the holes that were there and because there was nobody else back there. And I brought it to Kristen's attention more than once. I think in the text message, I asked her to go see Adrian in ERE because Adrian was really upset that day, crying because she felt like it was unsafe.
Okay.
And we had lots of conversations about that.
Okay.
But I will tell you that in that back Pyxis, the fast track Pyxis or whatever it was, where I was pulling the hydromorphone from, that hydromorphone was the only narcotic in that Pyxis. If you needed fentanyl or morphine, you had to go to the very front Pyxis, which would take me further away from my patients who were still down a whole hallway and around the corner from where that Pyxis was.
Okay. So let's move to, I almost said Fort Smith, Forest City, not Fort Smith, other side of the state. At Forest City, you're there. How long, let me get, I don't know where that report is. Hold on just a second. How long were you there total? I know you said you did a 13-week contract, but how long did you work before they terminated that contract?
I think it was 4 weekends. I was there from the 20th of February until the 23rd or 26th of March. This is 23rd.
And so you were, I understand you said you weren't comfortable with mixing medicines and doing that kind, came from a big hospital where they probably pre-mix everything, but
We had a pharmacy that mixed things for us right then and would also do the dosing. And I guess whenever I took that, the test, I didn't know that that was something that RNs mixed. And I guess I never would have thought about it. I've worked at 5 ERs since then and no other facility makes their own insulin drips.
Okay.
That's the only one place that I've ever seen that.
So was that your first time doing Levophed or your first time doing insulin?
No.
Or, I mean, mixing them?
Mixing them? Yes. At Babs, which I had only worked 18 months as an RN, and only that one, one other location, which I think is highlighted in the email. They stressed that I've only been a nurse for that long because I stressed that whenever I was talking to them because it's a rural hospital and it was only 2 nurses.
Yeah.
And I know that the house supervisor said that she would have done a global search and but she was the only nurse that night that was in ICU. I haven't seen everybody else's responses until now. We had a unit patient that we had sent earlier that night, and so she was responsible for that patient because there was no ICU nurses. And so they actually have a pharmacy service that you can call if there's an issue overnight because over the weekend there's no pharmacy. And so I actually called after she gave me the number and talked with somebody, and they said that it could be mixed with normal saline. And it was written on the bag in Sharpie because we didn't have any of the orange labels that I was shown later on. And I guess the Louis that came in after me was able to show me where some extras were. And so we actually changed that together. He didn't wait until I was gone. We talked about it. We showed me where I could get extra labels, and then we changed the bag together after pharmacy had already made a delivery. And if you read the text messages between Jamie and I, it was like even the Toradol waste and the blood. I mean, it was kind of like, I want to talk to you about blood forms. And so I administered blood 4 more times while I was there. I will tell you that EHR does not talk to the Pyxis at all, and it doesn't talk to the vital sign machine at all. So everything that's entered is hand entered, and there's a lot of fields that you have to type the responses in. I don't know that I did everything in the perfect spot because I had like 16 hours of training, and you can't go through every scenario in an emergency room. But all of that was documented, and whenever she called me we talked about the blood forms, she said that she found all the needed documentation. The problem is I needed to also have documented it on the form that you get from the blood bank, but I signed that form and left it in the blood bank. I thought she had me sign, and we signed together because we verified it. That's the way it had worked at Baptist. There was a form that was there, and then we did the EHR charting which is what I did. And I did have the second nurse sign off and did all of the increments of, the vital signs.
Okay. I may have more, but I can't read my notes. I wrote too messy, so sorry about that. Anybody else may have some? Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Your LOR on 3/3/25, I think, somewhere kind of around that. Does that
Yes.
kind of, okay. So in that, Ms. Tedford was still here at that point, and she listed, these classes that she wanted you to take. Have you enrolled in any of those, taken any of those?
No, I talked to whenever because I wanted to make sure that I didn't need to continue to do that and that I wasn't going to be late because we're waiting on this. And I think that's when I talked to Lisa Wooten, and she said that I would wait until after we had our meeting here, and that none of that had to be started until after that.
Okay. Just in your own personal development of being a nurse, because there's obviously, I think you even said earlier, like, I don't think a patient was ever unsafe. I disagree based on, what we're reading here, like about this insulin drip. What happened? There was a big time period that potentially the patient wasn't receiving any insulin during this time period. Just some things that I think maybe as a nurse should have registered in your head of, if I've used the insulin that is in the department and I have to call for more, maybe I'm mixing this wrong. Like, that's the time to be like, hey, I think I'm not, something's not quite here. So have you taken any steps to like review medicine, to take any classes such as what, Ms. Tedford?
I did take, and there's a picture of the completion of that class in here, but that was one that they gave me through Accountable Healthcare, and no, not immediately. However, since all of this, I gave chemo for 1.5 years at St. Vincent and did lots of chemo certified and trained to do all those high risk meds. And we gave many, many, many units of blood. Specifically insulin, the only time that I would really do a drip is in the ER. Now, I did spend about 1.5 years in Searcy. That's where I was whenever this letter came out. And after this became on my license, I wasn't able to work there anymore. So I had to stop that contract early. But that would have been I was about to start the 4th contract with them in their ER. I also did a 13-week contract at UAMS, and I did 5, I think, back-to-back contracts at Celine Memorial, and I was a float nurse and went to the ER to different med-surg floors and did acute rehab. And yes, I've done lots of other education. And looking back, yes, the insulin. So that patient did get insulin. She got 20 units IM, or not IM, sub-Q whenever she got there. She was actually from out of town and had broke her auto injector. And so we gave her a lot of fluids. And whenever, I think it's in something that I typed, just maybe to Brenda, but I'm not sure. But what I sent to Jamie was, that her blood sugar came in, it was greater than 600. By the time that I was ready to do the insulin drip and it was ordered, it was under 300. And so rather than starting her on, because at Baptist, there's a protocol based on lab values, you follow this train that says, okay, you give this fluid, and then if it's at this rate, then we're going to go up at 2.5 for however long until the blood glucose reaches this level, and then they want you to increase fluids and change the insulin dose. There was nothing like that there, and I was I had asked a lot of questions, but I'd never seen the components that went together. I do think it's misleading the way it's written. That's why I brought this. So this is how the 100 milligram or the 100 ml bag was. They hadn't been taken out. The only reason that I got the insulin out is because when I asked Meredith about making the drip, she handed it to me. And so I was like, okay. And she was like, yeah, you just fill up the syringe, all the way, and that will go in the bag. And so when she said the syringe, I was like, okay. And then, 100 units of insulin isn't that much, obviously, but at that time I was like, it's gotta be more to go in this one, the 100 meal bag, but I mean, that was my ignorance.
So since you've been working at these other facilities, have you had any write-ups, any discipline?
No. Other than whenever, Nick, sent his nice lady to drug test me in the middle of a shift in Cersei. I mean, that's really the only time I ever went in the office, and I feel like I owe you an explanation. And so because that's the, director called me down there and was like, the nursing board is here, I need you to pee, and blah, blah, blah. So I had to deal with that for like an hour and a half. But other than talking about like that, no, I never, whenever this came on my license, I couldn't work anymore there. And that's some of the reason that I wanted to do, to kind of talk to you guys about it and go through it. But no, I haven't had any more discipline, and I haven't been terminated from any jobs.
I just have a few questions. Have you given insulin in your nursing career that did you ever use a 10 cc syringe to do that?
No, but I mean, the drips are pre-filled. And so typically in the ER, we only administer insulin through a drip. I mean, occasionally they'll give it IV, but we don't usually give sub-Q insulin. By the time they make it to us, it's where they need it. And so that drip comes pre-packaged.
Okay, thank you. So what made you call the on-call pharmacist?
Because we did not have any D5 in the unit. And that wouldn't have any until after pharmacy arrived the next.
Did you document in the record that you called the on-call pharmacist?
Yes, I had to document that the on-call pharmacist was called, that person's name and their phone number.
Okay. So like Baptist, I worked in ICU, I worked in CVICU. I understand sometimes the overriding and stuff. But you have an answer for everything, and life just normally isn't that perfect. So outside of Baptist, I'm really more concerned about your actions after Baptist, because we're talking about Levophed, we're talking about blood transfusions, we're talking about insulin. At Baptist, we're talking more about you're giving more medications than others, which is questionable. But you worked the Ironman shifts, maybe you worked more hours, but it's after the Baptist incident that I feel like a lot of self-reflection probably should have taken place. And we moved to a second job, and we moved to medications that even to an experienced nurse would want a second nurse to verify what they were doing.
Yes.
I hung Levophed. I always made sure someone looked, even though we didn't have to. Insulin. So to me, Baptist is one thing. The second area is a little more concerning to me.
I mean, I agree. I really wish that the nurses there, because Meredith was the first one that I asked, and she's the one that pulled the insulin for me. And I said, I'm going to set it over here, and if she's not here by the time it's time to administer it, will you help me? And so I really wish they would have used that. I mean, I would have looked like an idiot, but clearly I look like an idiot anyway. I wish they would have used that as a training or a teaching moment and said, hey, girl, look at this, because if you read the text message between me and Jamie, I was terrified of insulin anyway. When I was my preceptor, actually at Baptist, you always run whatever fluid at 500 an hour, and then you set the insulin based on the chart. Well, she had flip-flopped those lines, and so the whole bag of insulin went in at 500 an hour, and I watched that firsthand. And so whenever they wanted me to make my own drip, I was like, no, there's not anybody that checks it off. And Lauren Keeling, who was working with me that night, I mean, she had been I believe she was on the ambulance for several years, but she had only been a nurse for maybe 4 or 5 months, and she was the charge nurse. Maybe 6 months she had been the nurse, and so it was just me and her. There was lots of time, and I told Jamie multiple times, I'm not comfortable mixing these drugs, and I ask lots and lots of questions. Even when I read the protocol, I still ask a lot of questions, just because it wasn't something that I was familiar with. And I didn't know going into it that that was going to be something that would be my responsibility, because I guess I thought everybody did it the Baptist way. I don't know. I just was ignorant and hadn't been anywhere else as an RN.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up on that. So you said you have repeatedly said you asked lots of questions and you asked for help and you asked for help. Well, the interviews from the other staff said, no, you didn't do that, which is one thing. But how do you ask for help and ask questions and you were so scared of insulin, yet no triggers went off in your head when you pulled up 9 milliliters of insulin?
Yes, and that's the entire reason it was sitting on the counter. I was waiting to discuss it with somebody that knew what they were
Ask for
doing.
more.
I did, and I talked to the house soup on the phone about it, and I was like, this seems
But,
like,
I mean, I'm looking at their insulin drip, their protocol and how to do it. And it says that was in the med room. And it says, I mean, nothing's in milliliters. It's all in units like it's supposed to be. I just, something's not matching up for you to say you were that cautious about insulin and then take a syringe and pull up 9 milliliters of insulin.
well, I mean, anytime you give insulin, you have a second nurse that looks at to make sure you have the correct components.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would assume that nurses aren't usually the ones that do that, because there's been issues, and that's the reason that 2 people check off insulin.
But you also took a position as a young nurse at a very small ER, which, again, that's a whole different issue. But
I mean, that's the
yeah,
reason
not
it was.
everybody has all these resources. So, I mean, if you're going to take these jobs, there's responsibility that goes with that. Just because it's a small hospital doesn't mean they don't have big illnesses
Yeah, for sure.
and needs. And so I just am having a hard time wrapping my head around how you were so cautious about insulin and how you were so scared of insulin, but we pulled up 9 mLs and asked for more. I don't know how you can explain that one to me.
I agree. The order is very clear. It's 100 units, okay, to give in, or 100 units to give in 10, 100 milliliter bag. And your comment while ago, 100 units isn't a lot. 100 units of insulin is a lot of insulin.
It is.
Okay? And I have a problem with that. I mean, a itsy bit can kill a resident. You were going to give 1,000 units of insulin. Do you realize that? If you had taken the 9 mil and the 1 mil, that resident probably would not be here today. Or that
Right. I mean,
patient would not be here right today. I mean, that's a poor decision. What if the other nurse would not have caught this? Would you have administered that?
Would not have caught. I wasn't there whenever I left there. The components, there was a bag that was still wrapped, and the insulin vial and the medication and the syringe. And I asked her, and I saw the response where she said that she noticed it right then. She was getting coffee and talking because she hasn't been there in like 3 or 4 months. Didn't even really get reports. She was like, I can read the chart, girl, you're good. And I was like, well, I was going to go ahead and hang this if you want to show me how to do it. No, I've got it, because she was like 45 minutes late. And so she was like, I've got it. You've already been here too long. Don't worry about it. And so she never came around to this side of the desk. Now, the lady that was bringing the other 1 mil of insulin down there showed up, and they were talking. And so, I did ask if we wanted to go through it together, because I wanted to see how it was, to see someone else make the drip. Being that I hadn't made one before.
I still don't understand how you could pull up 9 milliliters. I mean, that's just, and order another meal. I'm still confused on that. But,
I'll just say it was my ignorance, and I was waiting, for us to do it together. Because the other things, like there was vancomycin that we did. There's several other drugs that I had never mixed before that I did with, with the other more experienced nurses. And so we did it together, talked about it, and, I became a little bit more comfortable with that. But that was the first insulin drip that I had received. So.
Any of the board members with questions? All right, Mr. Dawson, any follow-up based on the questions from the board?
No.
All right. Do you have any rebuttal, Mr. Dawson?
No.
How about a closing statement?
Okay, yes, and with all the information that you've heard, when you listen to what the respondent has said to try to explain things, and I don't know, this is just my small town way of describing it. It's kind of like trying to nail Jello to the wall. It's hard to follow. It's hard to it's hard to understand. It's a hard thing to do. But I think basically what she said, she hasn't refuted any of the facts that were listed on the letter of reprimand. There were basically 6 things listed that were issues with her practice. What she's done has blamed the system, or she's blamed other people, or she's blamed her lack of experience. But what you've heard from the testimony that was provided by the investigators is not nailing Jello to the wall. It's pretty clear. It shows a pattern, and it's documentation. It's documented from the facility, and it's not hadn't been refuted. And documentation tells the story. I think respondent realizes this because I've written down several quotes. I mentioned a couple of them. I'll go over it again that she said during her testimony. One is this was a rocky 2 or 3 months for me, apparently. Another quote, she said, that was my practice error being a new nurse. She said, well, what I do now is inferring that what she did before was not correct. Then during questioning, she said, talking about another nurse, she would have learned my practices and hopefully changed them. And then she just said, just a moment ago, when being asked about the insulin mix, that was my ignorance. So the letter of reprimand in this case listed 4 different courses, I believe, to help her be a better nurse. And I think these statements that she's made during her testimony, along with the fact of the very clear testimony from the investigators, that the letter of reprimand is correct. The facts stated in there are substantiated. There's substantial evidence for it, and that the education that has been ordered would be a good idea in this case to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Ms. Jackson, did you get the last say? So I know that you have appealed the letter of reprimand. What I think your closing ought to be, what do you want the board to do for you this afternoon?
Well, as I kind of researched how this works, there's some states that things stay on your license for 3 years. There's some states that it'll fall off, but I guess with Arkansas, it's on there for forever. And I know when I first got the call from Ms. Tedford, if I had done the program and said that I was, using drugs and whatever, that wouldn't have showed on my license for forever if I've completed that program. But that's not what I was doing. And I wasn't going to say that I was doing something that I wouldn't, but I guess at that point, I didn't know that this would be on here for forever. Also, I do feel like that I've grown as a nurse. It's been 3.5 years. And like I said, I sent, I think, Brenda, all the other places that I've been employed. And I know there's a couple of them that I thought sent some information about my employment there. I try to be the best nurse that I can be every day. And while I did pull up 9 meals of insulin, and now that I've given insulin a lot more as a nurse, it seems insane. But at that time I was ignorant, and that's the exact reason I did not mix anything together. I wanted to go over that with somebody that was experienced in that. Because I want for people to be safe. I do not want anyone to be unsafe in my care. I feel like that I've grown a lot as a nurse. Mr. Dawson keeps bringing up this, it was a hard 3 months thing. I mean, these things happen back to back. Whenever Brenda called me, I thought that we were talking about the Baptist situation, and she was like, "Oh no, I'm talking about Forest City." And I was like, you probably could have knocked me over with a feather. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so, I mean, I had did a lot of soul searching, and I've thought about this. I believe Miss Gonzalez mentioned earlier that I have a response for everything. I've been thinking about this for 3 years and how I can, what I could have done different. And that's why I've changed my practices. I don't want to be in the situation again with a facility, or definitely not in front of the board. You know, I want to be the best nurse that I can be and practice in a way that's safe, and B, you know, takes care of the patients and takes care of me also, being that I do the documentation that I need to. I do feel, Mr. Dawson also said that it's not documented, but I was looking back as far as like refusal and such, but I was looking back through the medications, and none of the medications that are administered on there show how the route, and that's something that you also have to click whenever you're administering a med. And so I don't know that that is all of the fields. I don't know that it's showing everything, because each time you document the route and all that. Anyhow, I just decided to come before you guys so that, I would give some sort of an understanding of what happened, and,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. I'm going to go ahead, the board's going to go ahead and go into deliberations. Ms. Jackson, you can stay for those deliberations if you'd like. You can leave if you'd like as well. But if you do leave, please don't wander too far. If you don't stay for deliberations, once you come back in, they will go ahead and announce their decision with a motion and vote in front of you. With that, Madam Vice President, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
The board is in deliberations. Okay.
I think the letter of recommend is generous.
That's,
Can you hold your microphone down, because I can't hear.
Veronica. Yeah. So you guys have your facts of findings. Do I need to go through that, or do we have pretty much a grasp on it, right?
I think we're gonna get.
So, yeah, I guess, the question is, do we hold up the letter of reprimand?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. It's very generous.
Yes, it is.
I can write.
You got it right? You all right?
And the courses that were offered.
Yes,
in the
yes, we definitely.
And do you want me to write them right here?
Just
uphold what we had.
on that date.
Just remember, board members, we have a court reporter trying to take everything down, so one at a time speaking if you could.
What's the date that was issued?
What else? The date the LOR was issued was. LOR was on 3/3/25.
You want to read it, or you want me to read it? You have to say it now. First and second.
Okay, we have a motion before the board. I move that based on the evidence presented and the allegations contained in the order and notice of hearing, the Arkansas State Board of Nursing finds that Laura Jackson, RN number 216471, uphold the letter of reprimand issued on March 3rd, 2025. Do you have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
And Vice President, I will note for the record, the decision of the board was unanimous. We've got the board's deliberation form, which is the F form. We're going to go ahead and mark that as Exhibit 8. Is that right, Mr. Dawson? And move the admission of that. I will note for the record, the respondent was present for the deliberations and heard the decision of the board. We're going to go ahead and make a copy of that and provide it to Ms. Jackson, but I will ask staff to further reduce that. Make certain that Ms. Jackson gets a copy of that decision along with an information sheet or cover letter that notifies her of her appeal rights moving forward, which, Ms. Jackson, I'll just tell you for the record, you get 30 days to appeal their decision. You can appeal it to Pulaski County. I'm not certain what county you live in, but whatever county you live in, you can appeal it to that county as well within 30 days. If there are no further questions or comments from the board, I'll go ahead and call this hearing to a close. All right, we are off the record. I think maybe you can get with staff or the director or somebody afterwards, and they can tell you how the process works moving forward, okay? All right. Can I leave this in? Can I leave it here? Okay.
I'll wait till she leaves. No, okay. Don't worry.
Do you need me for anything else? I will see you tomorrow morning.